Welcome to Get Sleepy, where we listen, we relax, and we get sleepy. My name's Thomas, and I'm your host. Tonight we have something special and a bit different from our usual content. We've stitched together a variety of stories, all narrated by yours truly. But rather than setting them to gentle background music as we usually do, the whole episode is voice only. So I hope you enjoy listening. As always, make sure you're nice and comfortable wherever you are. Bring your focus to the present moment, using the calming motion of your breath to ease tension in the body and any busyness in the mind. And simply relax and rest in this pleasant spot, allowing sleep to come on its own accord whenever the time is right. Let's begin our first story. As you relax, imagine this dreamy island with its sounds and sweet airs. This is where our story begins. The island is a wild, rugged patch of land in the middle of the dazzling blue ocean. There's nothing else around apart from a few rocks scattered randomly in the sea. The mainland is miles and miles away. This island is so small and so remote that it doesn't yet appear on any maps. A sorcerer named Prospero once lived here, along with his daughter, Miranda. But they've now left the island, and there are no longer any traces of their presence. The island is pure nature, an unspoiled paradise. Its only inhabitants are the birds and the other creatures that live among the rocks and trees. And then there are the spirits. They're as old as the island itself, and they represent the very essence of the elements. There are spirits of fire, air, earth, and water who live at one with nature. Ariel is a spirit of the air. Born from a cloud, Ariel has lived on the island their entire life. They know every inch of the land, from the crumbling rocks of the cliff face to the fine white sand of the beaches. And of course, they know the air above the island. Every morning, Ariel wakes up with the sunrise and soars into the sky. They float above the treetops, then higher and higher, singing all the while. Mixed with the morning chorus of the birds is the soothing melody of Ariel's song, echoing across the island. As Ariel flies and sings, they are almost invisible. Like other spirits, Ariel can take just about any form, but most of the time they're in their natural state of luminescent near transparency. In the air, they resemble a shimmering patch of light, like a glowing outline of a bird. Ariel flits smoothly through the sky, sometimes visible as a radiant cloud, and sometimes disappearing completely. When Prospero lived on the island, Ariel was kept busy all day, helping the sorcerer with various tasks. But now they are free. They can spend their mornings like this, swooping joyfully through the air and admiring the views of their beloved island. From up here, it looks so lush and green. Apart from the rocky cliffs to the north and the thin stretch of sand to the west, the island is entirely covered with trees. There are pines and cypresses forming dense groves, as well as ancient, majestic dragon trees spread among the rocks. Even here, high above the treetops, Ariel can smell their fresh, woody fragrance. The scent travels far in the morning breeze, mixed with the salty air of the ocean. Ariel breathes in deeply, letting these beautiful aromas mingle, spreading throughout their entire being. In moments like these, the spirit is inseparable from the nature surrounding them. Ariel and the air are one and the same. For a while, Ariel drifts lazily on the wind, watching the branches sway below. This is one of the best ways to spend the morning, floating without direction, going wherever the breeze takes them. It's so deeply relaxing, Ariel could even fall asleep right here on the breeze. But eventually, the spirit turns their attention skywards. Gazing up at the billowing white clouds, Ariel decides to play their favorite game. As an air spirit, they command the clouds, making them grow, shrink, or move in any direction. It requires no effort and no magic spell. All Ariel has to do is gently shift their awareness, focusing on the clouds before them. The air spirit can move the wind and the clouds as freely and easily as a bird flapping its wings. Ariel focuses on a small white cloud directly above the island. First, it spreads outwards, growing softer and thinner towards the edges. Then it transforms into a fluffy ball, then a pyramid, and then a mountain. It gets bigger and bigger, casting a soft shadow over the island. Once, at Prospero's command, Ariel created a tempest, a dramatic storm with booming thunder and white flashes of lightning. Conjuring up a storm is easy for Ariel and enjoyable in a way. They like the creativity of summoning great claps of thunder and choosing where to direct the lightning bolts. But these days, Ariel rarely finds a reason to unleash a tempest. Instead, they settle for rain showers or playing with the clouds, just like this. The spirit watches with satisfaction as the mountainous cloud changes shape once again, dissolving into silvery tufts. The pieces then scatter into the sunlight, glowing at the edges. Ariel could happily spend hours like this, absorbed by these games in the sky. Controlling the clouds is like directing an orchestra or painting a picture. It's pure creativity, and it feels so freeing. When Ariel is up here, surrounded by the ever-changing clouds, they are completely at peace. The sun gradually becomes warmer and brighter. The clouds turn from grey to white, and then to gold. Ariel floats in the air below, bathing in the divine warmth of the sunlight. They become so relaxed and sleepy that they eventually let the clouds slip from their control. As much as they enjoy the game, Ariel likes to let the clouds move freely too. The air spirit feels a sense of affinity with everything else that moves through the sky, from the raindrops to the seagulls. So, although Ariel has fun directing the air, they know that sometimes it's better to let go. This way, everything can follow its natural flow. Ariel plays with one more cloud, shaping it into a misty spiral. Then they let go and watch as the cloud moves on its own, slowly dispersing into the atmosphere. Until evening, there's nothing Ariel has to do. They are free to spend the day as they like, moving between the elements. Perhaps they'll go from the sky to the sea, or somewhere in between. As they sink down, floating towards the canopy, they catch the scent of the woods once more. It's strong and enticing, so Ariel decides to drift through the trees for a while. The fragrance becomes stronger as Ariel descends. Passing through the branches, they breathe in deeply, identifying each individual aroma. There's the fresh scent of resin and pine needles. Then there are the flowers, berries, and citrus fruits, mixed with something like honey. Together, they create an intoxicating cloud of pure, natural perfume. For Ariel, these scents are like a healing balm. They're the smell of home, nourishing to all the spirits that live on the island. Ariel is not the only spirit who lives here. There are many others. Some nature spirits inhabit the caves near the beach or the stream that runs through the woods. But most of them live right among the trees where Ariel is passing through now. The spirits are invisible, but Ariel can sense their presence and hear their calls. At first, these sounds might be mistaken for birdsong or the hum of a cicada. Some even resemble a musical instrument, the melodic strum of a harp or the long notes of a flute. But in fact, these strange sounds are the calls of the island's spirits as they communicate with each other or sing to themselves. As Ariel floats through the leaves, they hear a familiar sound. It's a long, whistling hoot, like the call of an owl. Ariel recognizes it as the greeting of another spirit who lives in this grove of trees. They respond with their own distinctive call, a series of high-pitched notes, like a siren's song. This is how the spirits of the island communicate. They enjoy a quiet, peaceful coexistence, interacting with the occasional call. The spirits tend to keep to themselves, but they acknowledge each other like this, with beautiful sounds that reverberate through the forest. Ariel remembers the period when humans lived on the island, as well as the sorcerer Prospero and his daughter. There were the survivors of a shipwreck. These people were mystified by the strange sounds of the forest, as they couldn't understand where they were coming from. Only Prospero understood. After living on the island for years and studying its secrets, he knew that there was nothing to be afraid of. At first, the sounds seemed unnatural, but in fact, they were just as natural as the songs of the birds, the rolling waves, and all the other sounds of the island. Moving on through the woods, Ariel comes to the cave which was once home to the sorcerer. Prospero lived here with his daughter, studying nature and magic. It was here that he often met with Ariel, asking for the spirit's assistance. Ariel was Prospero's spy and servant, helping him in every way. Together they created storms and apparitions and cast sleeping spells. But now there's no sign that the sorcerer was ever here. The cave is empty and has already been reclaimed by nature. Just days after Prospero's departure, the birds and animals of the island took over the cave. They gathered the clothes and furnishings he left behind and used them to decorate their own nests and dens. Nothing was wasted. Passing the cave, Ariel is happy to see how wild and natural it's become. Now there are animal tracks in the dirt and sprawling vines across the entrance. This is how it should be, thinks Ariel. Everything is right with the island, and the world too. After all, for Ariel and the island's other inhabitants, this remote patch of land is their entire universe. A little way past the cave, the trees spread out and the forest becomes brighter. Ariel moves through the pines towards the light. Soon the beach is visible, its powdery golden sand shining in the morning sun. This tranquil stretch of coastline is completely empty. It's so quiet, so peaceful. The only sound is the murmuring rush of the tide. Ariel hovers over the glittering waves. In this light, the water is many shades of blue. There are dark patches of indigo merging into crystalline turquoise. For a moment, Ariel is content to simply float over the waves, watching them sparkle in the sunlight. But gazing into the water, they soon feel the familiar pull, a craving to dive into the blue depths of the ocean. In an instant, Ariel changes into one of their many forms, a sea nymph. Now, Ariel resembles a glowing fairy with a small human-like body. This shape allows them to swim more easily. And this way, Ariel can fully enjoy the sensation of being in the ocean. As they plunge into the waves, they savor the feeling of the cool water on their body. Although Ariel's favorite element is the air, they also feel at ease in the water, gliding through the sea with the speed and grace of a dolphin. Ariel delights in every moment, spinning and twirling in the clear water. Then, when they start to feel tired, they let their limbs relax and float up to the surface. Here, they drift on the gentle waves, looking up at the blue sky and watching the clouds. After floating lazily for a while, Ariel dips their head below the surface once more. They like watching the slow, hypnotic movements of the brightly coloured fish and keeping an eye out for treasures. Sometimes they'll find a patterned shell or a shining pearl. Whenever Ariel finds something pretty on the sea bed, they dive down and pick it up. Then they add it to their secret collection of treasures. In a cave near the beach, Ariel has hidden away a box made of driftwood. It contains all the beautiful objects they found on their adventures. Swimming deeper, Ariel sees nothing but schools of fish and long strands of seaweed. Today, there's nothing to collect, but Ariel doesn't mind. They can come back the next day, and the day after that. The sea is constantly changing, and you never know what might appear, carried by the current. Just as Ariel is about to return to the surface, something catches their eye. Nestled in the seaweed forest is a strange brown object. Ariel swims closer to investigate. There's something familiar about this object. They've seen it before, and not so long ago. Brushing away the seaweed, Ariel realizes what it is. It's a large, leather-bound book, a book of magic. Ariel remembers seeing this in Prospero's cave. The sorcerer used it to teach himself spells and enchantments. This was the book that enabled him to communicate with the spirits of the island, including Ariel. But when Prospero left the island, he renounced his magic and threw his book into the waves. And here it is now, deep underwater. Ariel looks at it curiously, wondering whether the pages are still legible. There's a temptation to rescue it and to add the book to their collection of sea treasures. But in the end, Ariel decides to leave it where it is. The book is exactly where Prospero intended it to be when he gave up his magic and said goodbye to the island. It represents the end of an era. And it seems fitting that the book should be returned to nature, just like everything else on the island. Over time, below the waves, Prospero's book of magic will slowly be changed by the sea, transforming into something else. Swimming onwards, Ariel can feel themselves undergoing a similar kind of sea change. They feel so calm and relaxed down here. It's a beautiful sensation, feeling the water flow right through them. Ariel can merge into all the elements and feels at home anywhere. They spend the rest of the day in the ocean, swimming alongside fish, turtles, and dolphins. But eventually, Ariel becomes aware of the changing light. The water is slowly becoming darker, turning a deeper shade of blue as the sunlight fades. It's time to return to the surface. There's something Ariel has to do before the day is over. After emerging from the water, they change shape. It's twilight now, and they're almost invisible as they fly over the sand. The only sign of their presence is a slight glimmer in the air as they catch the last rays of the setting sun. Ariel crosses the beach and then enters the woods. It's dark among the trees as the light that filters through the leaves is fading by the second. But here and there are tiny, glowing sparks. The fireflies often come out at dusk, providing specks of light at the end of the day. Ariel is guided by the glow as they move through the trees, and the scents of the forest are like signposts too. Breathing in, Ariel recognizes the fragrance of oleander, and then the familiar, aromatic scent of a rosemary bush. At once, they know exactly where they are in the woods. They can easily find their way, even when darkness falls. From the insects to the spirits, everything on the island lives according to the rhythms of nature. As soon as the sun sets, every living creature is ready to settle down and rest for the night. Ariel is drowsy too, after a busy day playing with the clouds and riding the ocean current. But every night, before they go to sleep, they carry out a special ritual. As the spirit flies through the forest, weaving between the trees, they sing. It's a song without words, unlike any human melody. Ariel's song is more like the call of a bird or a sea creature. At times it even resembles the jangling chords of a stringed instrument. The harmony echoes through the trees and beyond. It reaches every part of the island, from the nests of the birds high in the treetops to the burrows of the rabbits deep in the earth. The vibrations of Ariel's song even reach the shallows of the sea, where tiny fish float in the calm, moonlit water. Hearing the soothing sounds, all the creatures of the island experience the same sensation. As they listen to the music, they instantly feel calm and sleepy. In no time at all, every living thing is sound asleep. Ariel's song has the same effect on the other spirits. Soon, the island is still and silent, except for the sweet notes of the lullaby. The hypnotic music works its magic on Ariel too. As they drift silently through the forest, the song finally comes to an end. Their work is done, and now it's time to rest. Ariel doesn't have a bed or any particular dwelling place. For the spirit, the entire island is home. When it's time to sleep, they can rest wherever they happen to be in that moment. So, Ariel continues to glide slowly through the air, feeling calm and completely at ease. They know that tomorrow will be another beautiful day on the island. But for now, they can enjoy the tranquility of the night, floating peacefully in the breeze, before drifting into sweet dreams. The trail branches off a road which is tucked away in the forest. There are few who ever come this way, and fewer still who leave the road itself and head down the narrow dirt path on foot. But for the lucky ones who find this hidden spot, wonderful things await them at the end of the trail. Today is the day you'll venture out. Already, your mind is filled with anticipation about the relaxing time you'll have at the spa. So, you take a deep breath and then step onto the trail. All around you, tall trees loom overhead. Their branches are thick and tangled, making it hard to see the sky. Occasionally, you catch a glimpse of a distant patch of blue through the canopy. You imagine it's a lovely, sunny day outside the protective embrace of the forest. Here, it's shady and cool, with a light breeze. The forest feels like its own protected ecosystem. The thick greenery above keeps the temperature a few degrees cooler than it would be elsewhere, and a certain dampness seems to linger, as though rain is never too far off. The ground is covered in pine needles and other plant debris. White, grey and brown rocks dot the landscape. The occasional boulder appears between the trees. In fact, you're approaching one now, on the right side of the trail. It looks as though it tumbled to this spot from some enormous, far-off mountain. Or perhaps a giant tossed it here, like something out of a fairy tale, you think with a smile. It seems almost out of place, and yet the way the moss has grown up its rough sides and covered it in a soft blanket of green makes it appear to be in perfect harmony with its surroundings. Walking on, you come to a fallen tree. The thick and gnarled trunk lies at an angle across the path. You step over it carefully, being sure not to tangle your clothes in the tiny branches poking up from its side. Here in the forest, you feel as though you're in an ancient place. You think of all the years the trees have stood here, how many ages the rocks have watched pass by. There's something humbling about standing amidst such old and pristine nature. You realize how much time has come and gone before you got to this place, and how the forest will continue long after you've left. It's also reaffirming to know you're part of something larger than yourself, understanding that there is a grand world out there, and you are a tiny yet unique and significant speck within it. You continue on, considering boundless ideas of time and space as you enjoy the comforting crunch of the pine needles beneath your feet. With every step you take, you immerse yourself further in this special forest. You travel deeper into the trees, enjoying how the refreshing greenery surrounds you on all sides. There's a thin-stemmed plant with fern-like leaves that stands about as tall as you. It's a bright, fresh green that reminds you of a spring morning. The dense pines are a darker shade that makes you think of winter, snow, and hot chocolate. Delicate plants appear behind the occasional tree trunk or stone. Their leaves boast intricate patterns, spots, stripes, and random splodges. After a while, you reach a meadow where bursts of wildflowers vie for your attention in every direction. Vibrant reds, oranges, pinks and blues fill the green space. Every time the breeze picks up a little, the grass flutters, shimmering gold. You could easily spend the next several hours lounging about right here in the meadow. It would be the perfect spot to lay out a picnic blanket and read a good book. But still, you're curious to see what you'll find at the end of the trail. So you keep walking with the beauty of the wildflowers lingering in your mind. Before long, you feel the dirt path give way to a narrow boardwalk beneath your feet. The wooden boards are raised slightly above the ground. Pausing for a moment, you take a look around. Between clusters of trees, you catch sight of small pools of water. They seem almost like large puddles, except for the multitude of plants growing in and around them. You realize you've come to a marshland tucked away in the woods. This must mean you're getting close to your destination. You know the spa is fed by mineral-rich springs in the area, and you imagine the boggy ground is a sign you're in the right place. With every step, the boards creak underfoot. It reminds you of walking up stairs in an old house, and you find it familiar and comforting in a way. The sound echoes off the tree trunks, intermingling with the chirping of insects and the occasional bird song. You walk on, falling into an easy rhythm with your feet. The boardwalk stretches out before you. It curves this way and that, leading you ever deeper into the forest. But then you spot a little hut in the distance. It's circular, with smooth, dark brown wooden walls and a sloping roof. You follow the boardwalk closer and closer, right up to the door of the hut. On it is a handwritten sign. Welcome to the Forest Spa. You are invited to enjoy any of the hot tubs, pools, and saunas we have here for as long as you'd like. Don't forget, extra towels can be found at the entrance to any of our bathing areas. And you're welcome to rest in one of our private cabins for the night. Have a lovely stay. What a pleasant greeting, you think to yourself, as you push open the door and step inside. The circular room is small and cozy. In the centre is a wooden bench with a tiny vase of wildflowers on one side. Up and down the walls are shelves full of everything you could possibly need during your time here. Several baskets are scattered around the room, purpose-made to hold the items you choose. There are stacks of soft, white towels in multiple sizes, tied together with silver ribbons. Fragrant bars of soap are piled high within their own cabinets. Some are a solid colour, while others have a marbled appearance. You sniff them one by one and choose a bar with cream and purple swirls that smells like soothing lavender. Rows of tea lights and other candles stand at attention. You pick 2 to put next to the bath in your cabin tonight. Tiny jars of essential oils, no bigger than your thumb, lend the air of an old-timey apothecary. Their glass ranges from bottle green to sky blue, and every single one gives off the most luscious aroma. You choose a little black bottle of peppermint oil to take with you. There are lotions in delightful scents, like raspberry vanilla, sea salt and lime, hibiscus and pineapple, and sandalwood. Bottles and bars of shampoo, conditioner, and body wash are piled in their own deep baskets. You explore the options before picking a few that sound good to you. Once your personal basket is full, you have only a couple more things left to get before you leave the hut. On the opposite wall are metal hooks with long silk and terry cloth bathrobes. You choose a cloth robe for bathing and a silk one for later on tonight in your cabin. Hooking your fingers through the tops of a pair of bathing slippers, you're ready to explore the spa. You walk out onto the boardwalk on the other side of the hut and glance around. Straight in front of you is the first bathing pool. Just beyond is a smaller second pool. You read the signs on each. The first is the hottest spring-fed pool available here. The second is closer to body temperature. You continue on through a wooden archway that leads to a hub of sorts. Several paths meet here in this spot. To your right, signs point to the sauna and a cold pool. To your left is a salt room and the delightfully named Ring of Rest. It's a circle of benches tucked away in a grove of tall pines where you can sit and contemplate quietly without being disturbed. Straight ahead is the outdoor hot tub, which is where you decide to head now. The boardwalk crosses through an enclosed hall where extra towels are stacked on the shelves. The sign you read earlier was right. There do seem to be plenty of soft, fresh towels whenever you need them. Just ahead, you see a changing room. There's no one else around, so you walk inside and get into your bathing suit, leaving your walking clothes and shoes behind in a wooden cubby. You wrap the comfy terry cloth bathrobe around you and nudge your toes into the slippers. Your heels are free, and the shoes make a quiet flopping sound with every step. As you make your way to the tub, you pull your robe close around you. It's so warm and snuggly. You feel as though you never want to take it off. But when the hot tub comes into view, you realize it somehow seems even more inviting than eternity in the softest robe you've ever felt. The exterior of the hot tub is made of wood. It rises above the ground, higher than you are tall, and has a wooden ladder for you to climb up and into it. Beside the tub is another bench for you to leave your bathrobe, towel, and slippers. After shedding your outerwear, you carefully climb up. Pausing for a moment, you gaze down into the warm, bubbling water, savouring the anticipation you feel. You can imagine how good it will be to sink down into the soothing water, and you want to enjoy every minute. When you're ready, you lift your leg over the side and dip your toes into the tub. Just as you thought, it's the perfect temperature for relaxing in on a cool day like today. You bring your other leg up and over and slip the bottom half of your body into the water. You float a little as you find a seat against the wall of the tub. Bubbles churn around your chest, and jets push therapeutic streams against your back and hips. It's like a water massage, you think, relaxing into the sensation. A thin layer of steam rises from the water, cloaking you in an ethereal mist. At times it clouds your view of the forest, but sometimes you can see clearly into the trees ahead. The tub is situated perfectly in a thick part of the woods. Dense pines surround you here, lending a sense of grandeur to the experience. Leaning your head back against the side of the tub, you sit quietly and watch the natural motions of the forest. An occasional bird flits from branch to branch. The pines dance lightly in the breeze. Every once in a while, a pine cone or twig falls from a tree, making the slightest sound and catching your eye with the movement. Then you focus on your other senses. Closing your eyes, you allow the rest of your awareness to take over. The forest air is clean and crisp. Tendrils of steam reach your nose, reminiscent of taking a hot shower. The bubbles massage your skin, while the streams of warm water do the same to your muscles and back. You can hear distant birdsong, which mixes with the regular churning and foaming sounds emanating from the tub. This environment is so restful and relaxing. It would be quite easy to fall asleep sitting here in the hot tub. But there are more places you'd like to see before you turn in for the night. Slowly, you climb out of the tub and back down the ladder. You wrap your warm towel around you to dry off, and then exchange it for the bathrobe and slippers. Then you turn back the way you came in order to head for the salt room. When you first step inside, the beauty of the room itself takes your breath away. Large chunks of salt, backlit with gemstone-coloured lamps, stand against every wall, which are also made of salt. The floor is covered with tiny granules that feels like soft sand beneath your feet. You take a seat on a wooden chair provided for you in the middle of the room. When you're comfortable, the overhead lights go out and the room comes to life. The richly coloured lamps give their full effect in the darkness. Warming reds, vibrant blues and greens shine behind the salt blocks, which look like enormous crystals and gems. Some of the lights dance across the walls, as though you're sitting in a kaleidoscope. The patterns and colours lull you into a restful state, until you can feel your eyelids beginning to grow heavy. Before long, you doze off. After a while, your eyelids flutter open again. Blinking gently, you regain your bearings. It seems you took a cat nap in the salt room. You smile, thinking how lovely it is to experience this setting at your own pace, not having to rush anywhere or arrive at any particular time. You're free to be as slow as you'd like here. It's probably getting on towards evening, so it might be nice to find your cabin and start settling in for the night, you think. You stand up from the chair and take a big stretch, raising your arms over your head and yawning as you do. At the entrance to the room, you find your slippers and put them on, before making your way down the boardwalk. You collect your belongings from the first cubby room, and then follow a new path around the back of the spring-fed pools. You'll visit those another day, for sure. Back here, you find a handful of quaint cabins scattered through the woods. Each one is surrounded by a stand of trees, making them feel more private and peaceful. You choose one a little further away from the rest. From here, your view is of the pristine forest alone. You savour the solitude to be found in a place like this. Opening the front door, you enter the cabin, which is the perfect size for you, There's a comfy-looking bed, some chairs, and a small table. But the crowning feature of the room is the large, clawfoot tub standing in front of a floor-to-ceiling glass window. This is the perfect place to end a lovely day, you decide. You set your basket of goodies down on a short table nearby and run the bath, testing the water temperature with your fingertips. For this bath, you'd like to use the lavender soap. There's a bamboo tray fitted across the top of one end of the tub. It holds a glass of water and a small vase of flowers already. But there's room for a bit more. You set the soap there, so it will be in reach, and then take out one of the tea lights. Once lit, you watch the delicate flame as it flickers softly, casting long shadows on the walls and reflecting in the glass. When the bath is ready, you climb in. The scent of the lavender soap fills your senses. It rises with the steam, like a wave of calm washing over your body. You sink down into the bath until only your head is still above water. Its gentle embrace warms you to your core, relaxing every muscle in your body and soothing every thought in your mind. You aren't sure how long you lay there, watching the reflection of the candle flickering in the window on a backdrop of deep, dark forest. When you're finished, you climb back out and dry off with a fresh towel. Then you wrap yourself in the silk bathrobe, which feels slippery and cool to the touch. It's as though you're wearing a gentle breeze. You turn off the lights and climb into bed, sliding your body down in between the crisp sheets. From the comfort of your pillow, you can see out one of the larger windows on the far side of the cabin. As you lay here, you watch the leaves and pine needles rustling on the branches. The moon rises in the sky, which turns darker as night falls. Soon, it's full of twinkling stars. You close your eyes and feel your mind come to rest. And then you drift off into a deep and restful sleep. Here, in your own hidden spa in the forest. Akinosuke was a simple farmer who worked hard in the fields outside his village in Japan. One afternoon, a rain shower drove him and the other farmers to abandon their work for a few hours. Laughing, they ran beneath the wide boughs of a giant cedar tree in search of shelter. Once they were safe and dry, Akinosuke and the others decided to make the most of the situation and take an early lunch. As raindrops pattered gently on the canopy above their heads, they ate and drank and allowed themselves to fall into the kind of drifting small talk that comes so easily for old friends. While Akinosuke was enjoying his food, a small butterfly fluttered in from the rain and landed on his knee. He was about to swat it away, but an old farmer stopped him. "The butterfly is a symbol of the human soul," the old farmer explained. "When people sleep, their souls travel the world as butterflies, creating dreams." It was a curious suggestion, Akinosuke thought. He wasn't sure he believed it, but he left the butterfly alone. A few minutes later, he looked back down and saw it had already flown away. Soon, Akinosuke's stomach was full of warm soup and sticky rice, and he was feeling very content. Leaning his head against the trunk of the giant cedar, he felt his mind begin to drift, carried along by the soft murmur of the friendly conversation nearby. In no time at all, he was fast asleep. After a short while, he found himself coming back to wakefulness. He thought about how nice it was to sleep beneath a tree and awaken to the fresh scent of cedar wafting in the breeze. But as Akinosuke lay against the soft bark, he realized something was different. He could no longer hear his friends talking and laughing. He opened his eyes and found he was now sitting alone among the thick roots of the massive cedar. There was no one else nearby. The only sound was the dripping of rain falling from leaf to leaf. Akinosuke assumed his friends had merely returned to work, leaving him to wake up from his nap in his own time. But he couldn't see them anywhere. The rain was now accompanied by a light fog that made it hard to see far into the distance. With every moment that passed, the fog seemed to be growing thicker. Akinosuke peered into it. From the place where the fog was most dense, he could just make out some human figures walking towards him. It appeared to be a large group. As they drew closer, it became clear that these were not his friends from earlier in the day, for farmers had never worn such luxurious silks, or used golden hairpins, or walked on such ornately designed sandals. It did not take much guessing for Akinosuke to realize that he was in the presence of a royal procession. He scrambled to his feet and bent at the waist in a deep bow. The leader of the royal procession was an older man with twinkling eyes. He approached and told Akinosuke to rise. The bow was not necessary, the old man said, for they had been sent by the queen of the realm to find him. They had come to ask for his help in a matter of utmost importance. Akinosuke straightened himself upright and took in the full majesty of the group. Each person wore robes of red and gold silk that rustled gently in the light breeze. Each had hair that was raven black and done up in a variety of intricate styles. The air around them was scented with the finest perfumes Akinosuke had ever smelled. With every breath, his nose was filled with the complex aroma. He could make out spices like cinnamon, cloves, and cardamom. Sweet flowers like hibiscus, lilac, and jasmine. And citrus fruits like orange and pomegranate. It almost seemed as if the heavenly aroma followed the procession like a cloud, alerting everyone around to the presence of royalty. Akinosuke had no idea what such an auspicious group would need from him. They must be mistaken, he said, as he was nothing but a simple farmer. But if they had come this far to find him, then he would be honoured to provide them with whatever he could. The old man smiled warmly and said he was certain Akinosuke was the person they were looking for. The queen had asked for him specifically. The procession beckoned to him. Akinosuke was surprised by this, but he found the group impossible to resist, as they were so certain they'd found the right person. And so he joined them. Before leaving, they gave him a moment of privacy so he could dress in the blue and silver robes that they'd brought for him. They were the traditional outfit for a guest of the queen. After donning the clothes, Akinosuke admitted to himself that if the procession was, in fact, mistaken, the person they'd confused him with must be very similar. After all, the clothes fit perfectly, as if they'd been made just for him. The procession then began its journey back to the queen, with an awestruck Akinosuke in tow. As they walked, he marvelled at the quality of the silk robes he'd been given. The material was so light and soft that he was sure it would offer little protection against the fog and rain. Yet it kept him as warm as a thick cotton tunic. The sandals were also quite comfortable. To Akinosuke, it felt like walking on a cloud. He must have been distracted by all of the luxury surrounding him, because before he knew it, he and the royal procession were standing in front of a massive palace. Guards in red and gold armour opened the gates and they walked inside. The Queen's chambers were filled with beautiful treasures, unlike anything Akinosuke could ever have imagined. Wall tapestries of the softest fabric hung around the room, illuminating important moments in the kingdom's history. Every inch of the floor was covered in fluffy rugs, or furs, or gorgeous bamboo mats of the highest quality. Above his head, the ceiling of the chamber was dotted with delicate glass windows. Akinosuke imagined laying on his back on one of the rugs at dusk, watching as the stars began to shine through the windows, one by one. The Queen wore robes of the purest, most beautiful cream-coloured fabric Akinosuke had ever seen. His own silks shone as they reflected the light from lanterns hung around the chamber. But the Queen's robes seemed to emit a light all of their own. They were embroidered with crimson threads, illustrating a clutch of small, round, lychee fruits. The luscious designs were so true to life that Akinosuke found his mouth watering at the sight of them. Then the Queen began to speak. Her voice was soft, but it carried the weight of her authority. Even though she barely spoke above a whisper, the people in the silent chamber could hear her every word. She explained that they had been watching Akinosuke for some time and found his farming skills beyond reproach. He was exactly the sort of person she needed to help revitalize a particular part of her domain. A small island with rich soil and hard-working citizens that had fallen on hard times. The Queen said the entire realm would be grateful if Akinosuke could take over as governor. Not knowing what else to do, he accepted the offer graciously. The Queen smiled. She had made the right choice. Akinosuke spent the next few days at the palace preparing for his journey to the island, which was situated in the middle of a wide river. He was still shocked by his good fortune, but there was so much work to do, he barely had a moment to think about it. Finally, it was time to leave. Akinosuke was accompanied to the island by several advisors. They travelled across what felt like all of Japan, over hills and green fields, through great cities and small villages. The final leg of their journey involved crossing the wide river, which they did aboard a beautiful wooden ship with billowing sails, the same creamy white as the Queen's robes. On board the ship, Akinosuke allowed his mind to rest. He stood at the bow and closed his eyes. He felt the soft warmth of the sun on the backs of his hands. The fresh air flowed through his hair, making the loose strands dance lightly across his face. Birds called to each other over the gentle lapping of the current against the ship. The serene rocking made Akinosuke think of his hammock back home, and the way it would swing in the warm summer breeze. Soon the island came into view, and the boat manoeuvred toward the dock. As soon as Akinosuke stepped onto the land, he knew the Queen had been telling the truth about the fertile soil. The earth beneath his feet was springy and moist. Tall, lush grasses covered every square inch of the island, and beautiful trees towered over the territory, providing cool shade from the sun. The advisors led him to the governor's estate, where he would live and work during his stay. As they walked toward the house, the advisors apologized for how small it must seem compared to the Queen's palace. But Akinosuke, who had never lived anywhere larger than his family home on the farm, couldn't believe his eyes. The estate was smaller than the Queen's, it was true, but it featured many rooms filled with luxurious comforts, like overstuffed chairs, soft rugs, and a large feather bed. Akinosuke knew he would be very happy here, and he was right. At first, he was a little overwhelmed by his responsibilities. But over the course of his first year on the island, he was able to learn about the people and their lives. Together, they collaborated to produce the first great harvest in over a decade. To celebrate, Akinosuke hosted a grand feast for every single one of his citizens. In this way, time passed by. He spent the next 15 years as governor of the island, slowly helping to turn it into a paradise for all its people. The woods, which grew wild, were tamed and carefully pruned into orchards that produced the sweetest plums, cherries, and pears in all of Japan. The farms, once neglected, now made more rice and grain annually than the island could consume in a decade. Akinosuke made sure to send the extra food back across the river, so the bounty could be shared with the entire kingdom. As governor, Akinosuke was beloved by the citizens of the island. He settled disputes with care and good humour. He planned wonderful feasts for births, marriages, and other happy occasions. And he even found time to work in the fields, doing the thing he'd always been best at, farming. Then, one day, the Queen sent a messenger to the island. One of her attendants arrived by boat to speak to Akinosuke and told him that it was time to return to the place where he belonged. The Queen would never forget his contribution to the island, the attendant said, and neither would the citizens. Akinosuke was saddened by the news, as this place had become a second home to him. But that evening, his advisors surprised him with a most excellent party. The food, drink, and dancing were better than anything he had yet experienced on the island. When the feast had finally settled down, and Akinosuke had said goodbye to the last of the party-goers, he made his way to his bedroom and lay on the huge feather bed. Slowly, he sank into the mattress, feeling it engulf him in a warm hug. He felt himself begin to drift from wakefulness into sleep. But before he did, Akinosuke took one last look up at the ceiling. When he'd first arrived on the island, he'd had one important renovation made in his bedchambers. The addition of small, delicate windows on the ceiling, so he could watch the stars come out one by one. Looking up at them now, he saw them twinkle in the sky above. And within a few minutes, Akinosuke was asleep. The next morning, the Queen's attendant led him to the dock where the boat sat silently on the water, ready to carry them back to the mainland. Akinosuke took one last look at the island as he boarded. He saw the orchards and fertile fields, and the now prosperous village in the distance. Then the boat pulled up its anchor, ready to embark on its journey. As they left the dock, a fog began to roll in across the water. It was thick, but unlike normal fog, it wasn't cool to the touch. In fact, it was warm and soft, like a cotton blanket. Soon the fog was so dense, Akinosuke couldn't even see a few feet in front of him. And so he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was no longer on the boat. Instead, he was back beneath the giant cedar tree, surrounded by his old friends. He blinked a few times to make sure he was truly home, and ran his hands along the soil that was still wet from the afternoon rain. One of the farmers chuckled to see him behaving this way. He asked if Akinosuke had enjoyed his nap. Slowly, Akinosuke asked him how long he had been asleep. The farmer looked at him strangely and said It had only been about 10 minutes. Akinosuke then told the other farmers what had happened to him. The royal procession, the Queen's chambers, the island, all of it. The other men listened carefully to his tale. When he finished, he asked them what it could have meant. The other farmers weren't sure and began to discuss it amongst themselves. But before they could get too far, a voice interrupted them. It was the old farmer again, the one who had told him about the butterfly on his knee. His voice was as soft as the sound of the wind moving through the grass. He said that he'd watched Akinosuke drowsing against the tree. At the very moment he fell asleep, a small yellow butterfly had flown from Akinosuke's tunic right above his heart. The other men nodded at this. They'd seen the butterfly too, but hadn't noticed where it had come from. The old farmer continued. Akinosuke's butterfly had been resting on the cedar tree when it was approached by several ants. The ants gently grasped the butterfly and carried it down inside a hole at the base of the trunk. A few minutes later, the butterfly had reappeared from the same hole and flown back into Akinosuke's tunic, just before he awoke from his nap. Perhaps that would explain the dream he had shared with them about the procession that had brought him to the Queen's estate and then to the island. Akinosuke and the other farmers agreed that there was one way to find out. Together they gently pulled back some of the dirt from the base of the cedar tree, where they found a small ant colony. One part of the colony looked very familiar to Akinosuke. It was a patch of earth covered in bright green moss. The rain had created a small stream that surrounded the patch, giving it the appearance of an island. In that small stream, a tiny boat made from twigs and bark was floating in the current. Together, the farmers gently replaced the earth so as not to disturb the ants any further. By this time, the rain had stopped falling, and after a little more conversation, the farmers returned to their fields. But Akinosuke would never forget that day. For the rest of his life, he would think fondly of his time as the governor of the island. And each day, as he ploughed and sowed and reaped from his fields, he would feel the warmth on his back and remember his silk robes. Each bite of fruit would be just a little sweeter as he recalled the harvest feasts, and every breeze would carry the faint smell of the vast river that surrounded his island home. And it goes without saying that before Akinosuke left the cedar tree after his nap that day, he set one half of his unfinished lunch at its trunk, near the entrance to the ant colony. One final gift to his hosts and friends for a wonderful adventure and dream. The light outside the living room window is beginning to fade. You can see the last hint of sunset casting a soft orange glow on the house across the street. In the distance, the sky is a prairie rose pink, with feathery white clouds that slowly meander above the horizon. You take a deep breath in, hold it for just a moment, and then release, feeling a wave of calm wash over you. Inside the house, the shadows are long, but you find your eyes have already begun to adjust to the dim light of dusk that is permeating the room. The colours of the sofa and chairs are now muted, and the wood of the table is more grey than brown. The details of the room are softer than usual, such that the lines and edges have started to blur. Although the sun is still setting outside, you can feel that night is already on its way here within these walls. Looking up, the back of a chair casts a shadow that stretches across the ceiling. You follow it down to the chair itself and the little nightlight that has flickered on behind it. The tiny bulb is attached to a socket at ankle height. It now reflects a subtle blue over the floor. At the edge of your vision, you see the bookcase against the back wall. Rows and rows of brightly coloured books look softer now in this gentle light. Their spines appear like vertical lines in an abstract painting. Uneven edges and different heights stand side by side on the long horizontal lines of the shelves. On top of the bookcase sits the potted plant with curling, leafy tendrils that hang down below the highest shelf. In the daylight, the plant is a vibrant Kelly green, but in the twilight haze, it almost looks like something out of the ocean. Sweeping ropes of seaweed diving deep beneath the waves in a mermaid's library, perhaps. Or maybe just the reflection of a vine on the surface of a glassy lake. Each leaf stands out as a dark shadow on a curlicue of stem. One by one, they climb down to the topmost shelf, a ladder of dark growth stretching toward the ground. In the diminishing light, it's easy for your imagination to take root and see shapes that otherwise exist only in dreams. You walk over to the little wooden table by the cosy armchair, which looks as plush and inviting as always. On top of the table is a lamp with a frosted glass shade, and the image of an idyllic seaside village painted on it. You grasp the dangling brass chain beneath the shade with your fingertips and pull. With a click, the lamp floods the room with light. The same light shines behind the seaside village, bringing it to life. The windows in the quaint little cottages glow, filled with morning sun. Seagulls fly across a powder blue sky as puffy white clouds float above them. A lighthouse perches on the rocky shore with red and white stripes leading up to its pointy top. The bulb provides a dazzling beacon for all the tiny boats that dance across the waves below. Looking at this painted scene, your imagination begins to take over. You can almost hear the cry of the gulls as they soar above your head. And you can almost feel the cool sea breeze blowing through your hair and the taste of salt on your tongue. The warmth of the sun touches your cheeks and arms as waves crash against the rocks, sending plumes of spray into the air. Drops of water are caught by the wind and carried to your skin as a soft mist. You smile, thinking of how wonderful it would be to go through this picture into the seaside town and spend a day there. You might like to climb to the top of the lighthouse and watch sailboats glide across the sea, or visit one of the cottages where the smell of a home-cooked meal would delight your senses. Instead, you watch as the lampshade projects images of the scene on the wall behind it. The same boats drift like glided shadows along the white-painted backdrop. Leaving the seaside village and lamp behind, you walk over to the window. Outside, you see the streetlights have come on. Pools of orange illuminate the ground around them. As you watch, the lights of other houses flicker to life. Porch lights, fairy lights, kitchen lights. They all blend to bring a soft glow to their nighttime surroundings. With a final glance at the restful scene outside, you reach up and close the blinds and pull the curtains shut behind them. Then you turn and walk into the kitchen. The dishes are already clean and stacked in the drying rack. The overhead light glints off the shining silver bottom of a pot turned upside down. You are grateful this everyday task is already finished. It's a satisfying reminder of a job well done. There might be a few cups or glasses left on the counter, but you don't mind. There will be plenty of time to get to those tomorrow. You remind yourself that whatever you manage to accomplish today is enough, and a new day brings with it a whole new array of possibilities. The counters are wiped up and the dish towels hung to dry on the handle of the stove. One towel has a picture of a black and white spotted cow standing on a patch of grass. Rolling green hills complete the scene, along with a golden bell around the cow's neck. It's a happy picture, you think, and a relaxing one. The other towel is plain olive green, made of terry cloth with small raised squares, like a quilt. It feels nice to dry your hands on that one. You're always happy when it comes out fresh from the laundry. You glance from appliance to appliance, over the stove and toaster, to the electric kettle and refrigerator. You see the coffee pot, clean and waiting to deliver a steaming cup tomorrow morning. There's the bag of freshly roasted coffee beans standing next to it, along with a jar full of tea bags. It's nice to enjoy a cup of tea in the mornings too, or in the afternoon when you need a sip of something rejuvenating. You look over at the dining room table. In the centre there's a curvy glass vase with a small cluster of flowers standing in water. The blooms are pink, red and yellow and are surrounded by rough, fern-like leaves on delicate stems. The smell of flowers fills the air and intermingles with the scent of dinner cooked hours ago. Together, the aromas make you think of home. Home means different things to different people, but here in this place, it is comfort and security. It's the stability of routine, of knowing where the dishes and cutlery go, and where to find the little pieces of scrap paper when you need to write a note. With the tip of your finger, you flick the light switch. In an instant, the room is dark. It takes your eyes a few moments to adjust. When they do, you see that everything looks a little bigger now. The refrigerator seems wider, and the kettle taller than it used to be. What a wonder it is how the quality of light can change perceptions of ordinary objects. You look down at your hands and can barely make out the individual lines of your fingers held out in front of you. With the lights turned off, it's time to get ready for bed. You return to the lamp with the seaside village and pull the brass chain again. The light goes out and you feel the village settling down for the night, just like you. Entering the bedroom, you find your pajamas, change into them, and enjoy the cozy feeling of soft material on your skin. Then you move to the bathroom and brush your teeth. You've always found this to be a rather mindful task. The repetitive motion, the subtle sensations of bristles on your teeth, a moment to pause as the day is winding down. You take a sip of water, not only to hydrate, but to enjoy the feeling of a freshly cleaned mouth. Then you turn off the light. Back in the bedroom, you follow the same routine, flicking off the light with your fingertips. You turn on the little lamp on the bedside table and notice how it casts a small circle of light just where you sleep. The table is small and stands at the same height as the bed. On top, you keep a glass of water and the book you like to read before you fall asleep every night. There's a little drawer that opens in the front. Inside is a jumble of important things and scraps of paper you tucked away out of sight. Perhaps you'll organize it one day, you think, but not tonight. You pull back the covers and sit down on the mattress, feeling how the weight of your body depresses the top of it ever so slightly. You lean back and pull one of the fluffy pillows behind you. It supports your spine and keeps you comfortable as you read. Carefully, you slide your legs under the covers and pull the sheets up so the top fold rests in your lap. From the table, you pick up the book and feel the weight of it in your hands. Its cover is smooth but hard. You run your fingertips over the embossed lettering of the title. The shiny, elegant bumps are glossy beneath your skin. Resting on your knees, it falls open to the page where you finished last night. You remove the bookmark and set it on the table beside you. You read a page, and then another, and then finish the chapter. You move on to the next one and watch the story play out, line by line. As you read, you notice your eyelids beginning to feel heavy. They want to close and let pictures take the place of the words in your mind. Slowly, you blink, trying to make it to the end of the chapter. But your tired eyes guide the movement of your hands as you place the bookmark between the pages, close the book, and set it back on the table. You feel a yawn coming on and bring your hand to your mouth. It overtakes you, causing your muscles to move as the yawn encompasses your body. As if in response, you stretch your arms up over your head and then out to the sides, before bringing them back to your lap. The warmth of the bed seems even more inviting now, and you long to feel the weight of the covers on your whole body. You shift down into the bed and move the pillow that had been supporting your back. It now rests beneath your head, which you snuggle into the perfect position. You reach back toward the table and click off the lamp. A comforting darkness envelops the room, like a curtain drawn across a window at night. What a comfortable bed this is, you think. A sense of gratitude wells up inside you, with the understanding that you have everything you need. You have a safe place to sleep and a good book to read. Your space is warm and cozy, and the sheets and pillow are soft and welcoming. You think of the flowers sitting on the table and the green plant draped over the bookshelf. You think of the cow on the tea towel in the kitchen and the quaint seaside village with the tall lighthouse on the lampshade. You wonder if the village is laying down to sleep. Perhaps the sailboats have drawn in their sails and made their way back to a quiet harbour. Tiny waves lap at the rocky shore, moving in and out with the tide. You wonder if the moon shines brightly overhead, and if the stars twinkle in a jet-black sky. And at each of the cottages, you imagine families tucking children into bed, or maybe reading a book until they fall asleep. You think of silent kitchens and living rooms with curtains drawn. Maybe there are lights, like the ones in your neighbourhood, that cast a soft glow on the village streets. These pictures play out in the darkness behind your eyelids, where you can see the nighttime village in the depths of your imagination. You envision the lighthouse, a glittering beacon on the otherwise shadowed coastline, and the lighthouse keeper tucked away in bed. The images from the lampshade intermingle with the familiar rooms of your home. The sights and smells and sounds intertwine. The cool sea breeze and the scent of the flowers. The cry of the gulls and the salt on your tongue. The sound of the refrigerator whirring softly to sleep, and the sound of the waves crashing on the shore. They all slowly blend together into the static noise of a resting mind. Slowly, you feel your mind begin to wander. The pictures grow further and further away. The lines become hazy, like the edge of a watercolour, and the sounds more distant, like echoes on the wind. And with them, you may find yourself drifting away towards sleep, knowing you are safe and comfortable tonight. Long ago, in a faraway city, lived a boy named Idris. He spent most of the day at school, and the rest of his time was divided between his friends and family. After school, he would roam the streets of the city with his friends. He'd explore the alleys and markets and play ball games in the dusty square. And then, when the sun went down, he would head back home to the large mud brick house where he lived with his extended family. On the top floor was the bedroom Idris shared with his two older brothers. Downstairs were his parents' bedrooms and the rooms belonging to his aunt and grandparents. The ground floor was the largest, and the area where the family spent most of their time. This was the location of the store and the workshop. For generations, Idris's family had made and sold the most exquisite carpets in the city. People would come from across the land to commission a decorative carpet or to choose from those on display. They came in all sizes, colours and designs. There were small prayer mats in green and gold. Displayed on the walls of the shop were scarlet rugs with gorgeous swirling patterns made from metallic thread. And at the back, rolled up tightly, were the heavy, expensive carpets that were too big to put on display. When unrolled, they showed dazzling floral designs and patterns within patterns. When Idris returned home, he liked to walk through the shop, greeting his aunt who worked at the counter. Then, after passing through this treasure trove of carpets, he would go through the beaded curtain doorway at the back of the room. He liked the cool, ticklish sensation of the beads on his skin and the musical sound that the curtain made as he passed through. The room at the back was the workshop. This was where his parents and elder brothers were hard at work right now, sitting at the looms. They were so focused on their work, it was as if they were under a spell. Idris sometimes felt reluctant to interrupt their trance. He would stand and watch them for a while, admiring their skill. At the moment, the family were working on 2 large carpets that had been specially commissioned by a wealthy man from a neighbouring city. They would take months to complete. Idris's parents worked at one loom, while his brothers sat at another. Both looms were vertical, and the 4 family members sat cross-legged on floor cushions, weaving by hand. As their fingers moved swiftly between the long strands of wool, it looked as though they were playing a stringed instrument. Their movements were so graceful, and Idris found himself mesmerized. He knew from experience how difficult the work was, requiring patience, creativity, and painstaking attention to detail. It also called for a certain kind of dexterity, which Idris didn't have. He tried to learn many times, sitting at the loom while his parents, grandparents, or brothers patiently tried to teach him. Idris had already accepted that he was unlikely to become a carpet maker. When he grew up, he would do something else. He wasn't sure what, as his ideas changed from one day to the next. Sometimes he daydreamed about life as a travelling merchant, riding a horse from city to city, through mountains and deserts. Or he would imagine a career as an astronomer, studying the planets and discovering the secrets of the universe. Or perhaps he would simply stay here with his family, selling the beautiful carpets that they created. That could be nice too, he thought. remaining in the place he loved and with the people he loved. But the future still seemed far away. He had plenty of time to work out what he wanted to do when he grew up. In the meantime, he was happy to watch his family at work and to drift from room to room as he waited for dinner. Tonight, his grandmother was preparing his favourite rice dish with spices and vegetables. While his parents and brothers put the finishing touches to the day's work, Idris passed through the rattling bead curtain once again. He always enjoyed wandering up and down the densely packed aisles of the carpet shop, gazing at the products that were ready for sale. There were so many of them, and they were all so beautiful. He ran his finger over the soft wool, tracing the maze-like patterns from the edge to the centre. It felt soothing, following the curving line all the way to the middle. When Idris touched the carpets, he sometimes thought that the varying colours and patterns felt different to each other. Of course, they were almost all the same material. The yarn was made from sheep's wool and dyed with natural colourings, like roots and berries. But when he brushed his finger over a rug, he felt different sensations depending on the part he touched. As his finger moved from crimson to indigo, or petal to vine, something changed. He felt a pleasant shiver running through him, like a cool breeze on a warm night. There was something magical about these carpets. His eye was always drawn to one carpet in particular. Hanging on the back wall was a large rectangular rug. The plush background was a deep burgundy red, but the carpet seemed to feature all the colours of the rainbow: emerald green, saffron yellow, and so many others. Certain details shimmered in silver, gold, and pearlescent white. It looked as though a single moonbeam had woven its way through the carpet, making the patterns shine. The carpet's central design depicted the tree of life, a beautiful golden tree with countless shining branches, dripping with fruit. In each of the four corners was a small, richly detailed garden, contained by a decorative wall. What Idris loved most about this carpet was that each garden was slightly different. From a distance, the design looked perfectly symmetrical. There were 4 identical gardens, each with an identical fountain in the middle. But close up, subtle differences emerged. One garden resembled an orchard of figs, while another was filled with pomegranate trees. The animals also changed from one garden to another. from goats to hens, and horses to peacocks. Even the grass varied. The garden in one corner had vertical lines of golden grass, while the garden below had silver waves that resembled an ocean. As a young boy, Idris had spent hours gazing at this carpet, hypnotized by the intricate details. As his gaze drifted from one garden to the next, he wondered which was his favorite. One day, when he grew up, perhaps he would have his very own garden, with a fountain, peacocks, and pomegranate trees. Now that he was a little older, Idris still liked to daydream about the gardens. But he also found himself thinking about the person who had woven them, his great-grandmother. According to family legend, she had created this masterpiece single-handedly in just a few months, after the inspiration came to her in a dream. Idris had never met his great-grandmother, but when he admired her creation, he felt a sense of connection to her. Even though he didn't share her talent, he felt proud to be related to someone who could create a thing of such beauty. Unlike the other carpets on display, the garden rug was not for sale. It was priceless, a precious family heirloom. Even if a wealthy customer came to the shop offering all the gold in the kingdom, they would never part with it. Idris was glad to know that his favourite carpet would always be here, with pride of place on the back wall. He could look at it whenever he liked, lingering over every dreamy detail. Later that night, when the rest of his family was sleeping, Idris found himself thinking of the carpet once again. Random images from the day drifted through his mind. The sun-washed square where he'd sat and talked with his friends after school. The colourful baskets of freshly dyed wool, drying in the sun on the patio. And the woven images of the 4 gardens, each one a small, glittering paradise. Idris wasn't tired enough to sleep just yet, but he was happy to lie in bed, watching the slow procession of images passing dreamily through his mind. The room was quiet, except for the soft snoring of his brothers and the distant call of a night bird beyond the window. It felt as though the bird was the only other living creature awake at this time. When it was taking a little longer than usual to fall asleep, Idris often liked to get out of bed for a while. He'd walk around the house, take a deep breath of fresh air on the roof terrace, and clear his head. It was a kind of break, which left him feeling refreshed, yet somehow sleepier than before. When he went back to bed, He usually fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. So, after lying awake for a while, Idris decided to get out of bed. He lit a candle, put on a pair of light slippers, and quietly crossed the room, taking care not to wake his brothers. Then he slowly walked downstairs until he was standing in the darkened shop. In the midnight hush, the shop felt like a shrine. It was completely silent, and the only light came from Idris's flickering candle and the glow of the moon through a single window. The silver moonbeams seemed to land lightly on the stacked carpets. Noticing the way the light fell, Idris smiled. Perhaps the moon shared his instinct to be gentle and move softly. In a moment, he would go outside. It was warm tonight, and he wanted to stand on the terrace and savour the cool breeze before going back to bed. But first, he would allow himself one last look at the garden carpet displayed on the wall. He loved the idea of having it entirely to himself. There was no one sitting behind the counter, and there were no chattering customers to distract him. It was just him, alone, transfixed by the splendour of the woven tree and gardens. Time seemed to stand still. Everything looked different in the candlelight, with shifting, blurring colours and optical illusions. At one point, the carpet itself seemed to move in the breeze. A gentle wave spread through the fabric, causing the patterned leaves to ripple like water. Idris blinked and looked around in confusion. The air was still, and the window was closed. Besides, it seemed unlikely that a gentle night breeze could move a heavy carpet like this one. He must have been sleepier than he'd realized to imagine such a thing. Time to go to bed, he told himself. But when Idris looked at the carpet once more, he was sure that it was moving, gently rippling, then billowing out from the wall. He stepped back and watched in amazement as the carpet moved smoothly and silently away from the wall. Now it was floating right in front of him, hovering mid-air. Idris blinked and rubbed his eyes. He must be dreaming. But there it was, right in front of him. He reached out to touch the soft, familiar fibres of the carpet and realized it was really happening. The carpet was floating, flying. Now it was moving towards the stairs. It looked like a vast butterfly or strange sea creature swimming through the air in slow motion. Although Idris knew it couldn't be alive, in that moment the carpet seemed to be sentient. It was moving with purpose, somehow guiding him. Idris followed, still feeling like he was dreaming or in a waking trance. Up and up he went, past the bedrooms where his family was sleeping. Following right behind the carpet, he went all the way to the top of the stairs until he was standing outside on the roof terrace. It was a beautiful starry night. On any other evening, Idris would have come up here to stargaze. But tonight, his eyes were fixed on the magical apparition in front of him. The carpet had come to a stop, but it was still floating, slowly undulating in the air. Some of the threads seemed to catch the moonlight, shining brightly. Idris watched in wonder. It was like something from a fairy tale, one of the dreamy stories his mother used to tell him at bedtime when he was a little boy. Her stories were full of magical moments, with fairies and genies and talking animals. Imagining was one thing, but seeing was quite another. Idris felt a surge of happiness. Even if this was all just a dream, what a wonderful dream it was. But it felt so real. And when the carpet spread itself out before him, Idris didn't hesitate. Somehow, he knew instinctively what he had to do. He sat down in the middle of the carpet, right on the image of the tree. Once he was sitting comfortably in a cross-legged position, he stroked the velvety surface, giving the sign that he was ready. The carpet seemed to understand the signal. Just seconds later, it began to move once more, slowly lifting itself off the ground. It moved up and up until it took flight, just like a bird. All of a sudden, Idris found himself riding a flying carpet. He was being carried above the rooftops, smoothly and effortlessly, as though he weighed no more than a feather. Idris looked around in awe, peering over the edge of the carpet. He was already so high up, it felt as though he were riding on the back of a bird or a winged horse. The carpet moved confidently, fluidly, just like a living creature. It was strange just how natural it felt, sitting on a flying carpet. Idris felt comfortable and supported, trusting that it would carry him safely. As the carpet glided slowly onwards, Idris enjoyed the bird's-eye view of the city. He knew these streets so well, yet they looked completely different from up here. Gazing down at the rooftops, he hardly recognized where he was. Of course, at this time of night, the city was shrouded in darkness. Nearly everyone was sleeping. The only light came from flaming lanterns in the street and the occasional candle burning in a window. The moonlight didn't illuminate the details, but it cast everything in a soft silver glow. The shining rooftops seemed to have been polished, burnished like a precious metal. Idris imagined that a magical nighttime transformation was taking place. After midnight, the moon carried out a mysterious ritual, shining on each house in turn. Meanwhile, the residents slept peacefully, unaware of the magic above their heads. Idris smiled. He felt lucky to be the only one awake to witness this special moment. But as the carpet drifted east towards the river, he realized that he was not alone after all. There was at least one other person in the city who was still awake at this hour, enjoying the tranquility of the night. Near the river was the grand university building, with its tall brick tower, and at the top of the tower was a man looking through a telescope. Idris knew that there were astronomers in the city, but he'd never seen one at work before. As he flew towards the tower, Idris peered curiously over the edge of the carpet. To his surprise, he saw that the astronomer was a young man. For some reason, Idris had expected to see someone who looked like a wizard. But this astronomer was just an ordinary man. He might have been one of Idris's brothers or cousins. The astronomer was so focused on his stargazing that for a moment Idris thought he would fly past unnoticed. But just then, the astronomer stepped back from the telescope and looked up right at Idris and the flying carpet. Idris and the astronomer were now separated by just a few meters of air. They stared at each other in silence, in mutual wonder. And then, not sure what else to do, Idris waved shyly. After a moment's hesitation, the awestruck astronomer waved back. Just like Idris, he was probably wondering if he was dreaming. And if not, it was time to pack away his telescope and go to bed. The carpet flew on, drifting parallel to the river. Now that he was feeling more at ease, Idris decided to lie down. The soft wool of the carpet felt as comfortable as his bed. Lying on his back, Idris was in the perfect position for stargazing. He didn't have a telescope like the astronomer, but he could still appreciate the beauty of the stars. They were so far away, and yet their light had travelled all the way here, shining in the sky over his city and over his house. From here, he could see nothing but stars. It was as if he was being carried up into the sky, lifted by the night breeze like a floating leaf. The wind felt so soft on his skin, blowing lightly through his clothes. After the heat and humidity of the day, it felt wonderfully refreshing, like a cool bath or a dip in the river. Idris could smell the river too, its strong scent carried by the same breeze that was carrying him. Breathing in deeply, he recognized other aromas, the distinctive smell of the dusty earth and the fragrant trees in the gardens below. Idris was now feeling so deeply relaxed, lulled by the gentle motion of the carpet. He could have almost fallen asleep right there. He imagined himself drifting off as the carpet followed the winding river, on and on, until he reached the distant sea. But the carpet seemed to sense that Idris was ready to go to bed. It changed direction, and when Idris peered over the edge, he recognized this part of the sleeping city. There was the dome of his local temple, and nearby, the square where he played with his friends. And now he was floating above the roof terrace in the place where his adventure had begun. The carpet had taken him home. It descended just as gently as it had taken flight. Idris found himself being lowered so gradually, so softly, that he hardly felt the landing. After stepping off the carpet, he began to head downstairs towards his bedroom. This time, the carpet followed behind like a loyal pet. When Idris got into bed, the carpet settled on the floor beside him. Perhaps it was tired too, Idris reflected. After the long journey, they were both sleepy and ready to rest. As Idris made himself comfortable, moving his pillow and rearranging the sheets, he noticed that the carpet was doing something similar. Ever so slightly, it shifted position. Then the patterned surface rippled as though a breeze were passing through. Idris imagined the carpet taking a deep breath, just as he was doing now. A deep breath in, then out. Idris closed his eyes. At last, he felt ready to sleep. And just moments later, he drifted off, dreaming of the wind and stars and his magical moonlit flight. The first thing Lily hears when she opens her eyes is the sound of gentle rain coming down outside her window. There isn't even a hint of wind, so it's just the steady, rhythmic sound of droplets hitting the ground. She yawns, bringing her arms up over her head and stretching her legs out as far as they'll go. Then she relaxes into her soft bed, enjoying these last few moments of restfulness before the day begins in earnest. Lily has a big day ahead. She'll be hosting the annual cookie decorating party at the bakery. She made several batches of sugar cookies yesterday, but she's still got more to do before people start arriving later this morning. This is one of her favourite times of year. The bakery is always a nice place to be, but on Cookie Day, it's full of warmth, laughter, and the smiling faces of her friends and neighbours. Lily stretches once more, and then shifts her legs over the side of the bed and sits up. Her fuzzy slippers are right where she left them last night. She puts them on and then pulls her robe off the hook on the back of her bedroom door. Snuggling into its cosy warmth, she walks quietly into the kitchen. Her morning routine is almost always the same. First, she puts the kettle on. While she waits, she fills a metal tea ball with a delicious cranberry orange spiced black tea. It's one of her favourites to drink in winter. When the water is hot, she pours it over the tea ball into the cup and breathes deeply as the spicy steam fills the air around her. She pours in a splash of milk and then carries it over to her wooden window seat. The sun rises later at this time of year, so it's still quite dark outside. She can see the hint of a nightlight in her neighbour's house across the street, but most people here are still asleep. Because she opens the bakery every morning, Lily has to be awake before everyone else. She's always enjoyed that part of her job, being the one to usher people into their day with a cup of coffee and something sweet. She hopes it helps them start off right. although she gazes out the window for quite some time, the sky overhead stays dark and cloudy. They were forecasting snow today, she thinks to herself. I wonder if it will come after all. She brushes the back of her hand against the cold glass of the window. It just has to get a bit colder, she thinks with a smile. Snowy days always make the bakery a bit more magical to Lily. From where she works behind the counter, she has a clear view out the windows to the street. Whenever it snows, she likes watching it pile up on the pavements, where children run through it, laughing and smiling, or build snowmen by the street lamps. She's always enjoyed watching the rain too, of course, but everyone needs a little extra magic sometimes, she thinks to herself. Lily takes a last sip of tea and carries the cup over to the sink. She washes it and leaves it to dry on her bamboo rack. Then she heads back into her bedroom to get dressed. Every year during the cookie party, Lily wears the same charming sweater. She got it several years ago as a Christmas gift. It features a friendly snowman with large trees in the background. The snowman was knit as a pile of squares rather than circles, and has a very goofy grin. It makes her smile every time she wears it, and her customers always seem to enjoy it too. When she's ready, she walks out of her bedroom to the front entryway. Lily pulls on her coat, scarf, hat and gloves. Then she picks up her new umbrella, green with yellow polka dots and a handle shaped like a duck's head, and loops the cord around her wrist. Closing her door with a click, she steps out into the early morning rain. It's let up a bit since she was in bed. Now it's more of a drizzle, but she still prefers the warm and dry comfort to be found beneath her umbrella. Lily slides it open and holds it above her head. The drops make a gentle pitter-patter on the cheerful fabric as she begins to walk down the road. Every time she uses this umbrella, it makes her think of her friends and long-time customers at the bakery. When her trusty old umbrella broke during an autumn storm, they bought her a new one as a gift. It was a gesture of kindness she thinks about often, and she's happy for the reminder on this rainy morning as she gazes up through the colourful polka dots streaked with lines of water. Looking over at her neighbour's window, she's surprised to see a black cat instead of a white one. It peers at her with watchful eyes as it presses its nose to the glass. Then, just behind it, Lily spots a flicker of white. Sure enough, it's a tail belonging to the cat she's used to seeing on her walk to work. She watches as the cats readjust and curl up together, like semicircles completing each other's pattern. How nice for the white cat to have a new friend, Lily thinks. Now they can keep each other company. With a smile, Lily continues on her way down to the bakery. Soon, the familiar multicolored door comes into view. The first hint of dim grey morning light is playing on the horizon, and it's just enough for her to make out the different hand-painted hues. Soon, she's sliding the key into the lock and turning the handle to open the door. Stepping into the warmth of the bakery, she gently shakes out her umbrella and leaves it to dry in the entryway. Lily wipes her feet on the mat and then takes a deep breath in. It's her way of transitioning from outside to inside. She can smell the ever-present aroma of roasted coffee beans, along with a hint of burnt sugar from yesterday's cookies. It makes her think of toasted marshmallows with its sharp sweetness. She steps forward and flicks on the lights, bringing the bakery to life. Then she walks over to the seating area, bends down, and plugs in the strand of fairy lights that twinkle overhead. Now she's ready to start the day. Normally, she begins by making a big batch of sticky cinnamon rolls. But on this day, everything's a bit different. She still has a couple of batches of cookies to make to ensure she has enough of all the right kinds for later. Lily heads over to the pantry and gets out all the dry ingredients she'll need. She's making double batches of both chocolate chip cookies and stained glass sugar cookies. First, she pours out flour, white sugar, brown sugar, vanilla extract, black treacle, and chocolate chips. Then, she finds the cornstarch and salt. And finally, she pulls out a bag of colourful, hard candies. She'll melt these down to form the panes of glass in the stained glass cookies. From the refrigerator, she gets the baking soda and eggs. The butter has been softening on the countertop, so it's the perfect texture to use now. Lily divides everything by batch, then mixes the dry and wet ingredients in separate bowls. When she's ready, she combines these until the dough is the perfect consistency. For the chocolate chip cookies, she folds in the chips carefully so they don't break apart. Then piles the dough evenly onto a tray using an ice cream scoop and puts the tray in the oven to bake. For the stained glass cookies, she wraps the dough and then places it into the refrigerator to chill. This will help it firm up so it's easier to roll out and cut into shapes later on. Just as the delicious fragrance of baking cookies begins to fill the air, her first customer of the day walks in. As usual, it's Seamus, here for his cup of coffee and sweet treat. Most days he enjoys a cinnamon roll, but on cookie day, he likes to be the first to sample whatever Lily has in the oven. Just to be sure they've turned out all right, he always jokes with a twinkle in his eye. She has his coffee poured before he reaches the counter and slides it across the wooden surface towards him. Seamus adjusts the newspaper he has folded under his arm before picking up the cup. "What kinds are you making this year?" he asks, eyeing the oven hopefully. "Chocolate chip, plain sugar, and stained glass," says Lily with a smile. "I suppose I'll have to test out one of each, if you'll let me," he says. "After all, I've got to make sure they've turned out all right, don't I?" Lily laughs and nods her head. "Of course you do," she says. "I couldn't do cookie day without you." Seamus walks over to the window and sits down. He has the perfect view of the street with all its puddles, just as the first rays of morning light are beginning to fill the sky behind the thick cover of clouds. Though the sun has yet to break through the clouds, it makes them a lighter shade of grey. Just then, the timer tells Lily the chocolate chip cookies are ready to come out of the oven. She slips her hands into her oven mitts and opens the door. A warm gust of air greets her as she peers inside. The cookies are puffy and golden brown, and the chocolate is gooey and thick, even though it's still holding its shape more or less. She pulls out the tray and sets it on a wire rack to cool. The warm, sugary smell of freshly baked cookies fills the bakery. It's a magical scent, Lily thinks, making every place it appears feel more like home. Soon, it's time for her to retrieve the sugar cookie dough from the refrigerator. It's cold and firm to the touch. Setting it on her wooden table, she takes out her rolling pin. With smooth, deliberate motions, she rolls out the dough until it's the perfect thickness. Then, she uses square, rectangular, and circular cookie cutters to shape it. Once she has the basic outlines, she uses a second set of cutters to remove smaller designs from the center of the cookies. There are bells, trees, ornaments, snowflakes, and more. She takes the cookies and arranges them on a prepared baking sheet. Next, she divides handfuls of the colourful hard candy into bags by shade. Using her rolling pin, she crushes the candy into tiny pieces. Then she uses a teaspoon to sprinkle the sweet dustings into the cut-out centers of the cookies. When they're heated, the candy bits will melt together, forming stained glass held in place on all sides by a cookie window frame. Once they're ready, she takes the trays and slides them into the oven to bake. For a few moments, Lily can slow down and enjoy the day unfolding before her. The sky is brighter now, though it's still drizzling outside. People are beginning to come out of their homes, some walking, others driving. A handful of other customers trickle in, one by one, including Rose, one of her regulars, and Gwen Spencer, along with her 2 young twin boys. The only reason Lily can tell the twins apart is because one wears glasses and one doesn't. Otherwise, they are dressed exactly the same, in red shirts and blue jeans, with green, fuzzy Walker socks. The twins are only 2 years old, and they both enjoy toddling around the bakery, playing in the kids' corner and greeting the other guests. They also know they are likely to get a sweet treat from Lily whenever they come to visit. Seeing them reminds Lily that she still has some preparation to do before the cookie party begins. Wiping her hands on her apron, she walks over to the pantry and gathers all of the cookie decorating supplies she can find. There are sprinkles in every shape and colour, thin ones, flat ones, and round gold and silver balls. She also finds jars of coloured decorative sugar, green, blue, red, yellow and purple. There are chocolate curls, coconut flakes, and tins of crushed peppermint candy. She places them all into a large basket, which she carries out to the seating area. She lays out an assortment of decorations on every table, along with tubes of icing sugar and colourful gel, and shakers filled with powdered sugar. Finally, from the very back of the pantry, she pulls out a large metal tree. Each of the branches is ribbed so that ornaments can be hung from it all the way down. But instead of ornaments, the tree will hold as many of the decorated cookies as it can. When her timer goes off, Lily returns to the oven and removes the stained glass cookies. She smiles to herself. They look absolutely perfect. Each cookie has a glossy center in bright and vivid red, blue, orange, yellow, or green. As they cool, she gets out the plain sugar cookies she made yesterday. These have already been cut into fun shapes, like snow people, evergreen trees, snowflakes, and stars. One by one, she arranges all of the different types of cookies onto large silver platters. Every table will have its own, so people can choose to decorate whatever they'd like. But before she carries out the larger trays, she has a special delivery to make. She places one of each kind of cookie onto a small plate, which she sets down right in front of Seamus. He smiles broadly as he lifts the chocolate chip cookie to his mouth. Taking a bite, he sighs with contentment. "I think these are the best cookies you've ever made," he says. "In fact, I think they're the perfect cookies." This is what he tells her every year about each of the cookies. Happiness wells up inside Lily as she thinks of the satisfaction of a job well done. Every time she bakes a cinnamon roll, a croissant, or a cookie that someone enjoys, the knowledge makes her day a little brighter. Returning to the counter, she retrieves each of the larger trays and sets them on the tables. Then, glancing up at the clock, she sees that it's just about time for people to start arriving. As if on cue, the door opens and the first guests wander inside. It's one of the new families in town. They glance around with an endearing shyness. Lily waves to them and lets them know they can choose a table and start any time they'd like. They smile gratefully and pick a spot close to the door. Next comes an elderly couple who are here visiting their grandchildren. They always stop by if they have time while they're in town. They sit near Seamus, exchanging friendly greetings before settling in. One by one, people Lily knows from around town pour into her bakery. Old and young, by themselves or with family and friends. All are welcome to the annual cookie decorating party. Everyone finds a place to sit or stand around the tables, crowded with supplies. Before long, the whole shop is abuzz with chatter, laughter, and the sound of people shaking sprinkles, squeezing icing tubes, and having fun. Looking around the cozy space, Lily feels completely at peace. She can't imagine a better place to be than right here, feeling the warmth and comfort of community. As the thought crosses her mind, she glances out the window in time to see the very first snowflakes fall to the ground. Soon, one of the children sees them too. "It's snowing," the girl says, tapping her mother on the shoulder and pointing through the glass. Lily hears the chatter slow to quiet whispering as everyone turns to gaze out the window. A delicate dusting of snow appears on everything outside, from cars to street lamps and paving stones. For a moment, She wonders if her neighbour's cats are watching the snow falling outside their window too. Perhaps it's the joy of being around everyone in the bakery, or maybe it's the magical nature of winter. Lily isn't sure, but she's drawn outside to feel the touch of snow on her skin, even for just a moment. Quietly, she slips around the front of the counter and over to the door. She pulls it open and steps outside. Looking up to the sky, Lily spreads her arms out to either side and twirls slowly in a circle. Snowflakes land on her cheeks and nose, and she smiles, her eyes crinkling at the corners. Feeling like a child again, she sticks out her tongue and catches a cold snowflake on it. More land on her arms and in the palms of her hands as she turns, laughing to herself. Then she pauses for a moment, still looking skyward, to appreciate the beauty of the snowy day. Everything seems quieter, covered in a magical hush brought by the snow. In the distance, a crow waddles across the white ground, leaving a trail of footprints behind it. Lily's boots have left imprints in the snow too, she sees. With a happy smile, she waves goodbye to the crow and the snow, and makes her way back inside the warm and toasty bakery. All around her, people are enjoying themselves as they decorate cookies. She sees palm-sized snow people with scarves and hats, green frosted trees with colourful ornaments, white and blue snowflakes with delicately iced edges, and white candles with curving yellow flames. There are stained glass cookies dusted with powdered sugar and attached to pieces of ribbon and string, and chocolate chip cookies with the occasional bite missing. The first few people have begun to hang some of their cookie ornaments on the metal tree in the corner. While most of the people take their cookies home, many leave one behind on the tree, where it will stay until the new year. Lily picks up one of the stained glass cookies and lifts it to her lips. She takes a bite, feeling the deliciously buttery crumbs melt in her mouth. At its centre, the pane of candy glass is sweet on her tongue. There's nothing better than a freshly baked cookie, Lily thinks to herself. For the rest of the day, she'll help her friends decorate their cookies in countless fun and unique ways. She'll eat a couple more, and maybe even have an afternoon coffee as a treat. But for now, she's content to stand here, taking in the festive atmosphere as the magical snow falls outside the window of the bakery. A delicate rain pattering on the glass gently eases Lily into wakefulness. She doesn't open her eyes at first, but keeps them softly closed as she savours a few more moments of rest. Without realising it, she dozes off, the sound of the rainfall mingling with visions of damp streets and puddles in her mind. And then, slowly, the dream fades as her mind returns to her bedroom. Lily smiles and opens her eyes at last, grateful for the few extra minutes of sleep. Even now, the sound of the rain is growing faint. It might let up altogether, she thinks, as she stretches her arms above her head. She traces circles with her toes, feeling her ankles warming up with every turn. Then she slides her legs over the edge of the bed. Once her feet have found their comfy slippers, Lily makes her way into the kitchen. Like she does most mornings, she puts the kettle on for a nice cup of tea. She loves the sound of the bubbles forming inside it. It's familiar and soothing, a kind of cozy background noise to the otherwise quiet morning. Bubbles and rain are the two things Lily can always depend on at this time of day that make this place feel like home before the sun comes out. She thinks about the other small, meaningful details of her life as she spoons dry tea leaves into a metal tea ball. Twisting on the top, she hangs the ball by a tiny chain from the rim of her mug. Once the water has boiled, Lily pours it over the leaves. She watches the hot water take on the colour of the tea leaves as they steep. This is a detail she appreciates. No matter how many mornings she watches her tea, it always creates new colour patterns in the mug. The act of making tea is familiar and yet new and exciting at the same time, she thinks. Lily pours a splash of milk into her tea and then carries it over to her wooden window seat. Looking out through the glass, she can see her neighbourhood is still shrouded in darkness. The rain has given way to a light mist, and she can make out the first wisps of fog rolling in behind her neighbour's house. The man who lives across the street keeps a beautiful garden during the spring and summer months. Even now, in autumn, everything growing around his house seems perfectly in its place. The brown, red, and yellow leaves that have already fallen from the trees overhanging his lawn remind Lily of an artistic splattering of paint on a green canvas. He's still asleep at this time of morning. Most of the neighborhood is. I must be one of the earliest risers in town, Lily thinks with a smile. But she doesn't mind the hours she has to keep to run the bakery. It makes her happy to know that her customers always have a place to go when they wake up too. As she gazes across the street, Lily notices a small bit of earth that's recently been turned. He must have planted his bulbs yesterday, she realizes. It reminds her that she should probably do the same. There's a small garden just outside the bakery where Lily has experimented with planting various things over the years. One year she planted herbs, another tomatoes and peppers. Now it's a flower garden, or it will be in springtime. But she needs to get her bulbs in the ground soon. They rely on the cool autumn soil to wake up from their slumber and put down roots for the spring. I'll have to remember to bring them with me to the bakery today, she tells herself. After finishing her tea, Lily takes one final glance out the window. The fog is rolling in around the house across the street now. Fog was in the forecast, Lily remembers. She's always enjoyed a good foggy day. There's something mysterious and magical about fog, she thinks, as though enchantments and worlds of possibility are hidden just out of sight. The thought makes her grin as she stands and carries her mug over to the sink. After washing it out, she leaves it to dry on the bamboo rack and heads into the bedroom to get dressed. Today, she chooses a red shirt with yellow details to wear. If it's going to be a grey day, she might as well bring a pop of colour with her outfit, she thinks. By the front door, she finds a paper bag filled with flower bulbs. They are fairly round, and in between hard and soft to the touch. The daffodil, narcissus, and crocus bulbs remind her of onions and garlic, while the hyacinth bowls are reminiscent of turnips because of their reddish-purple colour. Lily slips on her coat and gently stuffs the bag with the flower bulbs into the large pocket. Then she puts on her hat and gloves and loops the handle of her green and yellow polka dot umbrella around her wrist. She opens the door and for a moment stands and looks out onto the quiet street. The fog is obscuring her view in all directions. She can only just make out the line where the pavement meets the road in front of her house. She imagines the rest of the homes are sleeping soundly, tucked away in gentle folds of grey. Lily takes a deep breath. The fog and the rain before it have had a cleansing effect on the air. It smells cool and rejuvenating. Feeling refreshed, she closes the door behind her and begins her walk. Small puddles dot the pavement, but none are so big that Lily has to walk around them. Her boots allow her to make her way through them with a little care and attention. It mustn't have been raining very hard or for much time last night, she thinks. It's nice to walk down to the bakery without her umbrella open too. She takes advantage of this and looks up into the grey sky. The fog encircles the tops of the trees that line the street, weaving in and out of their brown branches and among their colourful leaves. Lily reaches out a hand and swishes it quietly through the air. She can feel the mist gathering on her skin. Looking at her hand once she pulls it back, she sees it's dotted with countless translucent droplets. Normally, she'd be tempted to wipe her fingers on her coat to dry them off. But instead, she brings her hands together, inviting the moisture into her skin as though she's applying lotion. It's soothing, knowing she's connected to this place, this weather, to the trees and the sky. Lily lets her gaze fall on the space where she knows her neighbour's house should be. She can see the edge of his drive, but the house is hidden behind a white and grey mass of fog. Her neighbour has 2 cats, one white and one black. Lily hopes they're snuggled up together in their favourite window seat, dreaming of warm summer sunshine and catnip. As she continues on her way, she listens to the rhythmic sound of her feet tapping the pavement with every step. The fog makes sounds feel closer than normal. Everything is amplified under this blanket of weather. It takes longer than usual for Lily to spot the bakery. Its recognizable, multicoloured door peeks out from behind a swirl of fog for just a moment, before being tucked away once again. Lily smiles. Even if she couldn't see the door at all, she'd still know it was there. She's done this very same walk every morning for so many years. She could probably find her way blindfolded. But still, it's a comfort to see it, and to know she'll soon be stepping inside, surrounded by the familiar aromas of coffee beans, sugar, and flour, and plugging in the twinkling fairy lights that will bring her little shop to life. She pulls out her set of keys and inserts the right one into the lock. Heading inside, she wipes her feet on a mat and then switches on the overhead lights. Then she takes off her coat and hangs it up, leaving the bulbs in the pocket. Before going behind the counter, she finds the end of the strand of fairy lights in the seating area and plugs them in. They flicker to life above her. That might be my favourite moment of the day, she thinks to herself. She knows she's back home at the bakery as soon as the fairy lights are twinkling overhead. With a feeling of gratitude for this comforting space, she takes a deep breath, inhaling the deliciously familiar scents within it. The coffee beans smell acidic yet rich. The flour is dusty and reminds her of weekends spent with her grandmother, baking all sorts of wonderful treats. And the sugar is sweet and a little bit burnt, reminding her of days at the fair and holiday cookies shaped like trees and ornaments. Exhaling, she feels her muscles relax. She rolls her shoulders a few times, allowing them to warm up and stretch out. Then she walks behind the counter. Before she left the bakery yesterday, she set aside a recipe for one of her favourite cold weather treats to make, fudge. Looking at the worn, handwritten page, smeared with cocoa powder fingerprints and torn at one corner, is enough to bring the rich chocolate taste to mind. Yes, she thinks, this is exactly what I want to make today. One of her favourite things about this recipe is how simple it is. It only calls for 2 base ingredients: chocolate chips and sweetened condensed milk. Lily thinks for a moment about the flavours of fudge she'd like to make. Some of her regular customers always request peppermint, so she'll have to get out the peppermint extract and a package of candy canes to crush on top. Rose loves hazelnut fudge, so she'll need whole hazelnuts for the top. And finally, she's been in the mood for some rich orange chocolate. So that's what she'll make for herself. She even has some leftover candied orange peel that she can use to give it an extra kick. She heads into the pantry and finds her trusty double boiler, the right size pans, wax paper, chocolate chips, sweetened condensed milk, and all the flavourings and toppings. Balancing them in her arms, she carries them behind the counter. Setting them down carefully, Lily admires her shiny silver double boiler. It's the secret to well-melted chocolate chips, her mother told her. Over the years, she's used bowls over pots and other variations. But when it came time to open the bakery, her mother's words echoed in her mind. And so she got her very own gleaming double boiler Lily fills the bottom pot halfway with water and then nestles the second pot on top. She places it on the stove and then shakes a good portion of chocolate chips into the top pot. As the water below heats up, the steam melts the chocolate evenly without causing it to burn. With a wooden spoon, she gently stirs the chips, watching as they transform from hard to malleable to soft and gooey as they move round and round the pot. Soon they've melted together into a molten lake of chocolate. Lily adds the sweetened condensed milk and stirs to combine them. She'll make the peppermint fudge first, so once she removes the boiler from the heat, she adds a spoonful of extract and stirs again. The sharp, cooling scent of peppermint fills her nose, opening her senses and making her think of cold winter days full of ice and snow. Before it has a chance to cool too much, she pours the chocolate mix into a pan lined with wax paper. Ribbons of fudgy liquid cascade into the metal holder, filling every corner like lava running through a rocky channel. Lily uses the wooden spoon to scrape the sides of the pot, making sure every bit of fudge is accounted for. Then she gently lifts the pan and taps it on the counter, helping the liquid fill any remaining gaps and evening out the top. Now it's time to add the topping. From a nearby drawer, she retrieves a heavy rolling pin. One by one, she unwraps several red and white candy canes, peeling back the plastic in strips. Her fingertips get ever so slightly sticky as they touch the sugary sweets. She places the candy canes in a bag between two towels and then pushes the rolling pin back and forth on top. Subtle snapping noises let her know the candy is breaking apart. Once it's crushed into tiny pieces, she gathers some in her palm and sprinkles it over the cooling fudge. The larger chunks of candy will give the fudge a nice, crunchy texture, while the smaller ones will lend an extra bit of peppermint essence. Lily carries the fudge over to the cooling racks, where it will wait until it's ready to be sliced and served. In the meantime, she'll wash up the pot and prepare the next two batches. Before she begins the next batch, she zests a whole orange. She'll use the little flecks of peel to give the fudge a brighter, citrusy flavour in combination with orange oil. Once she has the chocolate chips melted and stirred together with the milk, she adds the zest and oil. In the pan, this melted fudge glistens in the light. The oil lends it a silkier texture. Lily can picture the way it will melt in her mouth when she takes the first bite. She places curls of candied orange peel across the top of the fudge, gently pressing them down so they'll cool in place. Then she pops one piece in her mouth, delighting in the sharp citrus flavour, muted by the thick, sweet coating. Finally, it's time to make the hazelnut fudge. Just as she's about to put the water on the stove, Rose appears on the other side of the counter. "It sure is foggy out there," she says to Lily. Rose tells her she got turned around this morning leaving her house and thought for a while that she'd gone the wrong way. The fog was so thick she could barely see her hands in front of her. But then, in the distance, she saw the twinkling lights in the bakery windows. They were like little guiding stars, ushering her through the gloom to her home away from home. Lily smiles broadly as Rose recounts her tale, and she's particularly excited to let Rose know that there will be hazelnut fudge coming her way later on. "Oh, that's my favourite," Rose says, clapping her mittened hands together softly. Lily pours a cup of coffee and hands it to Rose, who carries it over to a comfy seat by the window. Returning to the stove, Lily sets up the double boiler and combines the chocolate and milk just like before. Then she removes the mixture from the heat, adds hazelnut flavouring and some crushed hazelnut pieces, and pours it into the lined pan. To finish it off, she carefully places whole hazelnuts in neat rows across the top of the fudge. Every piece will have one, adding crunch and depth of flavour. Glancing over at Rose, she sees the other woman smiling as she catches a whiff of the hazelnut fudge. The rich scent permeates the air, mingling with the orange and peppermint, the perfect medley for a chilly day. While she waits for the fudge to cool, Lily decides she'll use the time to get the bulbs in the ground. Besides, it's a slow day, and I'll be able to see anyone coming in, she thinks. She walks over to Rose and lightly rests a hand on her shoulder. "I'll be outside if you need anything," she says. To her surprise, Rose offers to help. How lovely to have company out in the garden, Lily thinks. While she feels completely at ease spending time alone with her plants, she always enjoys time spent with good friends. And after so many years, Rose is most definitely a good friend. Together, Lily and Rose head to the door, slipping on their coats and scarves on the way out. When they reach the small garden, Lily pulls the bag of flower bulbs out of her pocket. Rose opens the top of a workbench where a few tools are stored and finds a couple of trowels. The two women kneel down on the ground, laughing together as they feel the dampness of the soil soaking into the knees of their trousers, and begin to dig. They chat about all the seasons they've watched go by here at this bakery. There was the time Max from the hardware store accidentally ordered 12 dozen cupcakes instead of 2 dozen for his daughter's birthday party. They were practically begging people to take cupcakes with them for a couple of days. And the one summer when a storm came in and washed out a few roads, stranding visitors in town. Everyone congregated at the bakery, making coffee and snacks, and collecting blankets, children's books, and more to keep their new guests comfortable until the roads were repaired. We've had some good times here, haven't we? Rose asks. Lily nods, patting down the soil around the last flower bulb. Standing up, she steps back to admire their work. Rose follows her. They stand together in companionable silence, sharing a moment of reflection and gratitude for years well spent. And Lily watches the fairy lights twinkle like guiding stars in the foggy gloom, leading all who need a home away from home, no matter the weather, to the rainy day bakery. The street lamps glow with a warm yellow light. Although you're in a large city, you can still just about detect the familiar hum of crickets beneath the urban soundscape. There are the distant sounds of traffic and people making their way along other streets, heading to dinner before a late-night show, or just out for an evening stroll. But the side street you're on is quiet. A car passes by every now and then, but for the most part, you've only seen a handful of people walking their dogs or on their way to more bustling avenues. In front of you, a tall building with a glass facade stretches up towards the darkening sky. Passing clouds overhead are illuminated by the lights of the city, which paint them in shades of white, amber, pink, and even blue in some places. For a moment, you turn your back to the building and look to the skyline beyond your street. The city sprawls out around you on all sides. Little lights twinkle on and off as people come and go from the office, back home, or maybe to visit a friend. Those working the night shift are just starting their day. You see a few lights flicker on in skyscrapers in the distance, just as others dim. There's always so much life and vitality in a city, you think. It's invigorating in a way, knowing there are thousands of other people out there living their lives just as you are. Although you only know a handful of people here, you feel connected to everyone sharing this part of your life's journey with you, even from afar. With a sigh of contentment, you turn back to the building, whose glass reflects the lights of the city and the night sky with its ethereal clouds. There is no sign to mark the reflective surface in front of you, just a number. You found the address almost by accident. It was written on a flyer affixed to a street lamp with tearaway tabs hanging off the bottom, advertising a place enticingly called the Rooftop Spa. With no other plans set for this evening, you figured it would be the perfect time to come and see this curious place for yourself. The door is made of mirrored glass. Although you can tell there are lights on within the building, you can't see anything but your own reflection and that of the city behind you. A long, polished metal bar serves as a handle. There's no time like the present, you tell yourself, and you reach out your hand and gently push open the door. The soothing glow of warm white lighting greets you as the glass door swings inward. You step inside, letting the door close softly behind you. For a moment, you stand still and take in your surroundings as your eyes adjust to the light after the darkness of night outside. You seem to be standing in an elegant lobby. There are a few plants in large white ceramic pots on either side of the door. Each plant has tall, fern-like leaves that add a charming touch of green to an otherwise white and cream-coloured space. Ahead of you is a bank of elevators. Each one is decorated with gold trim. The same shiny gold also colours the buttons to push for going up or down, and the light fixtures overhead. As far as you can tell, there's nothing else here in the lobby. No reception desk, no hallways leading to other places. Just the elevators and you. The floor is marble, and your footsteps echo lightly as you make your way towards the nearest lift. You consider for a moment before pressing the button with the arrow pointing up. You are going to the Rooftop Spa after all. Within seconds, A delicate chiming noise lets you know the gleaming white doors will be opening soon. When they do, they reveal a glass elevator within, trimmed with gold. Everything shines as though it's all been recently polished. You step inside and turn to face the panel of buttons. At the very top, you find one marked with the simple letter R. Elegant engraving beside it reads Rooftop Spa. You push it gently and hear the same delicate chime before the doors close. With only a whisper as it engages, the glass lift begins whisking you up to the topmost floor. As it carries you higher at an easy pace, you are given the chance to fully appreciate how this building was designed. The transparent paneling provides the perfect view through the glass exterior of the building itself. You watch, mesmerized, as the city spreads out beneath you, its lights twinkling on to the horizon. This long after sunset, you see there's only the faintest glimmer of the evening sun in the far distance. A deep orange blue that's fading to black as night takes hold. Looking up above the spires and towers of the city, above the apartments, shops, billboards and office towers, you see a night sky dotted with twinkling stars. A few long, lingering clouds drift slowly over the city, reflecting its light back to it as they pass. The view is truly spectacular. With every floor you ascend, you can see more of the city. Taxis and other vehicles grow smaller as you climb until they're just multicolored specks far below. Traffic lights and illuminated signboards look more like fairy lights from up here, so small they could decorate a window at home. You glide upwards as though you're going to meet the stars, until the elevator slows to an easy halt. The delicate chime sounds again. When the doors open this time, you find yourself in an elegant waiting area. Each corner of the room is decorated with large, leafy plants, like the ones downstairs. A few hanging vines grace the walls behind them. On one side, you see a check-in desk. In the same fanciful script engraved inside the lift, you see the name, the Rooftop Spa, emblazoned in gold on the front of it. The wall behind the desk is covered from floor to ceiling in a stunning waterfall fountain. Curtains of water stream down the glass into a small pool at the bottom. For a moment, you close your eyes and take in the quiet flow of the water. The sound of the fountain puts your mind at ease. You take a deep breath in, welcoming the newfound sense of calm into your body, and then let it out, feeling refreshed. When you open your eyes again, you see that there is now someone standing behind the desk to greet you. She smiles at you warmly and invites you to come over. You tell her about finding the address of the spa and how the name made you curious to come and see what it has to offer. Many people end up here that way, she tells you. It's somewhat of a hidden gem, she adds, saying that she's glad you found your way here tonight. She explains that there are many offerings, but the one she always recommends to newcomers is the Starlight Special. You'll have time to enjoy one of the best rooms here at the spa and end with a dip in the pool under the stars. It sounds perfectly relaxing, you tell her. She hands you a robe and some complimentary slippers, then points you to a hall on the left. That's where you'll begin once you're ready, she says. You thank her for her time, and with a contented smile, make your way down the hall. The first door leads you to a changing room. You put on the robe, which is unbelievably soft and snuggly. It has large pockets and a deep hood, which you pull up and rub gently against your cheeks, enticing a satisfied smile to cross your face. Sliding the hood back down again, you step into the matching slippers, which are the perfect size. Then you sit down on a simple yet elegant bamboo bench. It looks as if it's been made from a single piece of wood, bent and carved into just the right shape. You follow the lines of the bench in your mind, considering how it might have been made, and feel your mind drifting into restful thoughts. Lingering concerns from the day have evaporated in the tranquil environment of this place. Now your mind is open to curiosity and creative tangents. It's as though your mind and body both have a chance to breathe in and out, in and out, without rushing to keep pace with a busy day. As you breathe, you notice the soothing scent of lavender in the air, bringing with it a wave of relaxation that spreads throughout your body. You feel your eyes closing as you focus on the gentle scent. You are fully present in this moment, in these surroundings, here at the Rooftop Spa. Soon you hear the sound of quiet footsteps in the hall and open your eyes. The woman who greeted you earlier has returned to take you to the first spa room. You stand up from the bamboo bench and follow her down the hall. She turns right, guiding you to a dimly lit room on the left. Once your eyes have adjusted to the lower lighting, she ushers you into an adjoining room that takes your breath away. 2 entire walls of the room are made of glass. You can almost see the whole city from up here. At its center is a hot tub with bubbling jets. The water has been scented with lavender, which is carried by the steam throughout the room. A narrow bamboo path leads from the doorway to the tub. But the most striking part of the room is the glittering display of candles. Hundreds of white pillar candles decorate the floor. Their flames flicker and dance, reflecting in the glass and mirroring the lights of the city outside. Looking up, you see the ceiling is made of mirrored glass, creating the illusion of stars twinkling in the night sky with every candle flame. For as long as you'd like, this room is yours, she tells you. You gaze in awe at the candlelit scene and then thank her before she leaves the room. You make your way down the bamboo path between rows and rows of glimmering candles. The way each flame moves slightly differently from all the rest reminds you of fireflies blinking in the night. At the end of the path is the tub, which is perfectly square. It's raised off the ground and lined on the outer edge with bamboo slats that serve as benches should you want to take a break from the tub. The calming scent of lavender is strong here, but not overpowering. If you close your eyes, you can imagine you're standing in a field of lavender bushes, swaying in a midsummer breeze. But soon, the steam and gentle sound of the jets bring you out of your reverie and back to the present moment. You take a deep breath in, feeling the way the fragrant air enters your nose, and then exhale, detecting the complexities of the aroma as it mixes with the steam. Now you're ready to step in. You rest for a moment on the bamboo bench along the edge, before slowly dipping your feet into the tub. Warmth spreads through your whole body as soon as the bubbling, frothing water touches the soles of your feet. Not wanting to rush the process, You dangle your feet just at the top of the water, feeling the bubbles roil and churn beneath your toes. Then you calmly lower your feet into the water, first the soles, then your toes and heels, all the way up to your ankles. You shift your weight on the bench until the water reaches your shins and calves. And finally, you decide the time has come. You lower yourself completely into the tub, giving in to the clear, lavender-scented water as it surrounds and supports your body. After a few moments, you shift until the jets are gently massaging your lower back and shoulder blades. With every stream of bubbles and hot water, you feel your muscles loosen and relax. Once you're settled, you gaze out through the glass at the city below. Skyscrapers look down over apartment blocks, which tower above parks filled with bushy-looking trees that glow silver in the moonlight. The cars move in streams of headlights and taillights, white and red, as they crisscross the busy streets. Up above, light from the city sets the sky aglow, though you can still see a wonderful collection of stars peeking out from behind the wayward clouds, drifting across the nighttime expanse. For a while, you get lost in the tranquility of this moment. You aren't sure how long you spend in the bubbling hot tub, watching the city sparkle down below. But eventually, you feel you could move on to another part of the spa. It's warm in this tub, and something cooler might be nice to finish off your relaxing evening. You climb out of the hot tub and wrap your soft robe around you, snuggling down into its fuzzy embrace. Soon the woman from the desk returns. The last experience of the night will be happening outside, she says with a smile. It's an intriguing thought, and you're excited to see where you're going next. She leads you out of the candle-lit room and down another hallway. At the end of the hall, she pushes a long metal bar to open a glass door. You follow her through the door and onto the rooftop. There's a light breeze out here that makes you grateful for your warm, snuggly robe and matching slippers. It isn't too cold though. It's perfect for this kind of night. She continues on past wicker armchairs, decorated with plump cushions, past a handful of plants in the same white ceramic pots, and past a couple of day beds, perfect for lounging out here in the afternoon. She stops in front of the most stunning swimming pool you've ever seen. It's an infinity pool that gives swimmers the illusion of being right at the edge of the roof. And of all the places you've seen tonight, it has the very best view of the city. Again, you're welcome to use it for as long as you'd like, she tells you, before heading back inside. You thank her for all her kind hospitality and then turn back to the pool. It's glowing a striking turquoise blue with soft lights shimmering underneath the water. First, you dip your toe in to check the temperature. The pool is heated, so you don't have to worry about getting chilly up here on the roof. You take your time getting in, using a set of shallow stairs that lead down into the wading area. At the bottom of the steps, the water only comes up to your waist, so you decide to move to a deeper area. Soon, you're able to float. You bring your legs up underneath you and do a few lazy swirls with your feet before lying back and floating with your eyes facing the sky. It is filled with so many stars tonight, it would be impossible to count them all, even if you floated here for hours. Instead, you find a few of your favourite constellations and watch the way the clouds drift in front of them on the gentle breeze. The warm water holds you like a cozy blanket as you drift across the surface of the pool, letting the gentle current take you where it will. You focus your mind on the way the water laps against your back and the familiar scent of the pool and the steam rising from it in the night air. You focus on the stars and the clouds, the temperature and the many sensations on your skin. In this moment, you are grateful for all of the beauty that surrounds you, for the pool, the sky, and the city itself. And in your mind, you say a few words of kindness to yourself. After all, it was you who found this location and made the decision to try something new tonight. It can be easy to underestimate the power of small decisions, but tonight you feel gratitude for them and for the way they have led you to this wonderfully calming and centering place. This gratitude fills your mind with a sense of peace and tranquility, Your heart is full and open, once again feeling how interconnected you are with every other person in this city. This place is part of your life's journey now, as are all of the people bringing the city to life tonight. You find your balance and sit up, paddling closer to the far end of the infinity pool. Here you rest your head on your arms and gaze out at the city and the stars in the night sky. You're welcome to stay here for as much time as you desire, and can head home to bed when you're ready for sleep. But for now, you'll enjoy the calming view and the feeling of the warm water around you. You are completely at peace here at the Rooftop Spa. It's a beautiful, sunny day. The sky is azure, a clear, cloudless blue. This colour is mirrored by the ocean beneath. The water seems to glow with its own magical blue light, sparkling when the sun hits. In this moment, the surface of the ocean almost appears to be still. The wind has calmed down, and the waves roll gently towards the sandy shore. The sound they make is soothing, creating a steady, calming rhythm. Each wave washes quietly over the sand, then retreats with a soft whooshing sound, in and out. The tide creates a hypnotic rhythm. At first, it seems that the sound is the same each time. The wave comes in and goes out, just like the one before. But then the breeze gets a little stronger, just for a moment. The waves become slightly larger and louder. While the rhythm may be regular, if you listen carefully, there are also subtle changes and variations. After all, the ocean is interconnected with everything. The sand, the air, and all the creatures that live in the water. So, while the sound of the ocean waves may seem unchanging and almost monotonous at times, it might be altered at any moment. A slight shift in the wind direction is all it takes to influence the waves, like a conductor guiding an orchestra. The waves grow rougher and louder, then become calm and quiet once more. And then the sound alters yet again in subtle, mysterious ways that can only be perceived by the creatures who live here. High above the waves, a seagull flies in slow circles. This bird knows the sounds and the movements of the ocean well. He watches the waves, choosing the perfect moment to dive down in search of fish. When the water is calm and a fish is visible near the surface, the seagull will swoop down. Gulls have exceptional eyesight and can see up to 2 miles away. So for this bird, circling high above calm water on a clear day, it should be easy to find something to eat. He's looking for something he can bring back to his newly hatched chicks in a nearby nest on the cliffside. They're currently being watched over by the gull's mate. She's not just the mother of his chicks, but also his life partner. Gulls are one of the few creatures in the animal kingdom that mate for life. This male gull is hoping to catch some fish for his family, or perhaps some clams or mussels. These are tougher to eat, but he's developed a clever way to open them. He drops the hard shells onto the rocks from a height until they break. Clams and mussels are particularly tasty, so they're well worth the extra effort. The gull drifts further along the coast, keeping his eyes fixed on the water below. And then he becomes aware of movement and colour just below the surface. He recognizes these pale, silvery shapes and lets out a loud cry of excitement. Right below him is an enormous school of fish. They should provide plenty of food, not just for him and his chicks, but also for the rest of the colony. Moments later, a group of gulls flies over to join him. Drawn by his noisy cries, they soon respond with expressive calls of their own, and the air is filled with echoing squawks. On clear, calm days like these, the sounds of the gulls carry all along the coast. They can be heard for miles around. While seagulls are famously boisterous, they don't make noise just for the sake of it. They are clever, highly social birds. Using a vast range of vocalizations and body language, they communicate with other members of the colony. This communication begins in the egg, before the gull has even hatched. An unborn chick will make a peeping sound to attract its parents' attention and ask for food. The parent gulls then echo this mewing call as a kind of baby talk. The sounds used in courtship are similarly soft, while other situations require loud, trumpeting calls. The exact tone depends on whether the bird is wooing a mate or engaged in a territorial dispute. Humans often try to interpret these sounds, translating them into human expressions and emotions. Perhaps a particular cry means, "This is my patch," or conveys elation or triumph. But the subtle intricacies of their communication are something that only the birds can know. This group of gulls alternates between excited chattering and long, plaintive calls. Soon, other birds will join them for the feast. But right now, it's the spotter's turn. He caught sight of the fish first, and he's about to seize his moment. The gull waits until the fish are clearly visible beneath the waves, then begins his quick descent. He plunges rapidly towards the surface, down, down, down. Seagulls can dive into the water, but they don't stay submerged for long. They're underwater just long enough to grab their prey, and then they soar back up into the air. That's good news for the fish that swim a little deeper below the surface. It's peaceful down here, and the fish swim slowly. Some hardly move at all. They allow themselves to be carried by the gentle movements of the waves, rocking back and forth. Moving further out into the shallows, the majestic coral reef emerges. The sunlight streams through the water, casting shimmering patterns on the coral. Tiny, iridescent gobies dart in and out of the vast golden structure. Larger, brightly coloured fish drift serenely past, moving in slow motion. The fish that live on the reef come in all the colours of the rainbow, from vibrant orange to electric blue. As they slowly make their way around the coral, some are silent, while others emit hushed noises. Some fish blow bubbles that make soft popping sounds as they rise upwards. Others ripple through the water with their supple bodies, making delicate swishes with their tails. But these are quiet, meaningless sounds, very different to the constant chatter of the seagulls. At first, it seems as though each fish is floating silently in its own private bubble. None of them appear to be communicating with each other. One fish glides right past another, separated by no more than a fin's breadth. And yet they both appear oblivious to the other's existence. They're like purposeful rush-hour commuters, too focused on their destinations to even glance at the other travellers. But this apparent indifference is only part of the picture. Fish do communicate with each other in myriad ways. Some methods are silent, like electrical impulses or the secretion of pheromones. Light and colour can also be used to send messages during courtship, as some fish will flash lights or change to a brighter or darker hue. For group interaction, body language is important. Fish respond to certain gestures when swimming with others. By reacting quickly to each other's movements, fish are able to move in vast, synchronized schools, which allow them to travel safely and find food. But the most common way for the majority of sea creatures to communicate is through sound, which travels even more rapidly underwater than in the air. A busy coral reef teeming with fish is full of sound as well as colour. A bright blue fish circles the reef, emitting a soft purring sound. This male fish is looking for a mate, and he hopes that his call will attract the attention of any female fish in the area. He repeats the series of purring vibrations again and again as he swims over the coral. To make these sounds, he uses his swim bladder. The organ contracts and vibrates, producing a low buzz. Other fish make noises by grinding their teeth or snapping their jaws. Herring can even communicate with each other by releasing high-frequency gas. It may not be the most conventional way to interact, but it seems to allow shoals of herring to find each other and stick together at night. Fish don't hear sounds in quite the same way as humans. They detect vibrations with their inner ears, picking up on mating calls, warnings, or any other kind of message from their fellow fish. For instance, a dominant clownfish will open and close her jaw to make chirping, popping sounds, telling the rest of the group that she's in charge. Some deep-sea fish croak in baritone, singing love songs to a potential mate that might be swimming a few kilometers away. The meanings of other sounds are more obscure. They might be the marine equivalents of songs, shouts, or chants. But perhaps their true significance is a secret known only to the fish. Scientists are hoping to find out more about fish communication, as well as the mysterious sounds emitted by other sea creatures. There are even plans to create a virtual catalogue, which would help scientists to monitor all the sounds of the ocean, from humming fish to squeaking manatees. The name for this audio collection is the Global Library of underwater biological sounds, or glubs for short, which sounds like the noise a cartoon fish might make. Perhaps there are some fish that communicate with glubs too, as well as purrs and croaks. There are so many more intriguing sounds out there in the ocean, yet to be heard. Beyond the coral reef, further away from the shore, some other sea creatures are in the middle of a lively conversation. Two bottlenose dolphins make exuberant clicks and whistles as they speed through the bright water. This mother and daughter pair are exploring the ocean together, on the hunt for fish. Just like their prey, dolphins can communicate in a variety of ways. Tail slaps or loud exhalations through their blowholes are often warning signs, while synchronized movements express solidarity. They can also send messages through clouds of bubbles and impressive aerial displays. And then, of course, there are the sounds. These two dolphins are in constant, noisy communication, expressing themselves through high-pitched whistles. They can recognize each other from a distance by sound alone. Each bottlenose dolphin has a signature whistle. A mother performs this whistle while pregnant, teaching the song to her unborn child. The calf then spends the first year of its life developing her own personal sound, based on the calls of the adult dolphins in her pod. Once the young calf has formed a unique call, she uses this sound to communicate with other dolphins for the rest of her life. It's like her own theme song, which she can use to share information or express herself when socializing with others in the pod. As the pair twirl downwards, the mother dolphin emits her signature whistle. It's like a long, vibrating squeak that echoes through the water. Then her calf responds, not with her own whistle, but with a perfect imitation of her mother. This kind of affectionate mimicry is rare in nature, and suggests there's something unique and special about the bonds in dolphin families. The connection between a mother and her calf is particularly close and long-lasting. This calf will stay by her mother's side for at least a few more years, learning how to hunt and stay safe. And even after she becomes independent, she'll stay with the pod and return to swim with her mother every now and then. But for the moment, the two remain inseparable. They swim further into the depths, whistling lovingly to each other and spiraling in a graceful dance. Then, When they've gone as deep as they can go, they decide to head back up. It's time to rejoin their friends and family in the pod. As the mother and her calf swim towards the surface, their joyful clicks gradually fade away. The sounds are imperceptible to the creatures who swim at deeper depths. It's quiet down here, but not completely silent. A new sound emerges now, a melodic moan that gradually grows louder and louder. This is the song of a humpback whale. The adult male swims slowly in peaceful solitude. As he travels, he performs haunting vocalizations that often last for 20 minutes or more. It's a low, ethereal sound that can be heard hundreds of miles away. The sound is beautiful in itself, but the enigmatic nature of the whale's song makes it even more fascinating. Scientists still don't know exactly why humpback whales sing, or why they create such lengthy, complex structures. The song often consists of multiple sections known as phrases, with varying frequency and volume. These patterns are repeated over and over again, sometimes for several days. In other words, humpback whales sing intricate, self-composed songs on a loop without any clear, obvious reason. Perhaps they're mating calls, or claims to territory, or they might even be making music simply for the pleasure of it, just as humans do. Whatever the reason, the whales keep singing throughout their lives. These extraordinary melodies change and evolve over time. A whale might even share its song with another unrelated whale, who can learn parts of the harmony. This could be considered the marine equivalent of a language exchange, as one whale picks up phrases from another. The humpback whale continues his slow, plaintive song as he moves upwards towards the surface. Even as he swims higher and higher, the water remains dark. Night has fallen, and the silvery moonlight only just reaches the surface. The ocean is peaceful, and the only noise that can be heard distinctly is the whale's song. His harmonies grow louder and louder. And then, at last, he falls silent. His powerful voice box needs a break every now and then. It's time for a rest and a breath of fresh air. The whale slowly rises out of the water, his head surfacing above the waves. He takes a deep breath of the cool night air, inhaling through his blowhole. Unlike humans, whales are conscious breathers. Rather than breathing automatically, the whale has to decide to come up for air. So instead of sleeping deep below water, he naps close to the surface where he can breathe. Sleeping habits vary between different types of whales. Sperm whales sleep in pods, dozing below the surface while their bodies remain vertical. It looks as though they're sleeping while standing upright. This humpback whale is starting to feel sleepy after a long swim and an equally long musical performance. As he floats at the surface, he closes an eye and finally allows himself to rest. Tonight, all is quiet on the ocean. The whale has finished his song. The pod of dolphins sleeps near the shallows, while the fish rest on the moonlit coral reef. On the cliff overlooking the coastline, the seagull family huddles together in the nest, fast asleep. The only sound that can be heard now is the soothing rhythm of the waves. The tide is slowly coming in, washing over the shore. The water flows over the sand, then falls back. It comes in and then goes out, as though the sea itself is taking deep breaths. With each wave, the ocean soothes these marvelous creatures deeper into sleep. The roof of the temple curves upwards like a smile. The walls are white, while the columns and roof are a rich, glossy brown. It's a sunny spring morning, and the leaves of the trees flutter in the slight breeze. With no one else around, it's the perfect picture of serenity. You are the only visitor. To set foot inside the gardens of this historic temple, you first need a special letter of permission. There are no crowds and no tourists. Only you, waiting to be met by your guide. The young man who comes to greet you is a monk. His head is shaved, and he wears a long black robe. He introduces himself as Yuto and says that he is one of the many Zen Buddhist monks who live at the nearby monastery. The temple's restricted access and remote location mean that they don't get many visitors. Today, he'll show you around the famous Zen Garden and share a little about his life. First, you walk together around the temple walls. His pace is slow, but deliberate, and he seems to be paying careful attention to every moment. Normally, you would walk more quickly, but Yuto's relaxed pace encourages you to slow down too. There's no reason to hurry here. There's no plan or timetable. It's refreshing to be able to forget about time for a while and to simply enjoy the experience, living in the moment. You stroll down a tree-lined path, side by side, and Yuto begins to tell you about his life as a monk. His words are as slow and measured as his steps, and he has a low, calming voice. Life in the monastery follows a strict routine. The monks wake up early, before dawn, and gather in the temple to meditate. Then they eat breakfast together in silence, mindful of each other's company, but focused on the act of eating. The rest of the day is spent meditating, studying, or carrying out various duties in the monastery and temple, such as cooking and cleaning. For example, Yuto spent this morning sweeping and mopping the floors, a job he finds relaxing and satisfying. Yuto explains that when you are in the right state of mind, you can find pleasure in everything. A life of early mornings, long meditation sittings, and hours of domestic work may not seem enjoyable at first, but a mindful attitude makes all the difference. No matter who you are or what you believe, Yuto says, you can benefit from the Zen mindset. Appreciate the simple things in life and devote your full attention to whatever you are doing in that moment. As one proverb says, when walking, walk. When eating, eat. You stand together in silence and look at the landscape. Taking a deep breath, you focus your attention on the small pond in front of you, noticing how the surface ripples slightly in the breeze. You can see the reflection of the trees mirrored in the water. Looking up, you notice the elegant curves of the branches and the vibrant green of the leaves. It's as if you had never truly taken the time to really look until this moment. you continue to admire the scene, your gaze drifting down to the pond, then back up to the branches. The longer you look, the more relaxed you feel. You can feel your breaths becoming slower, and with each breath, a deepening sense of peace and well-being. Eventually, you turn to look at Yuto, who is still standing beside you. His gaze remains fixed on the trees in front of him. He must have walked past these same trees hundreds or even thousands of times. They must be so familiar, so unremarkable. And yet, he's still happy to stand here, looking, enjoying the peace of the moment. At last, Yuto turns away and begins to walk on. You follow him through the temple gardens, past trees of every kind, pines, magnolias, and even a few cherry blossom trees. You're impressed by the beauty of the cherry blossoms and the delicate pink petals that drift to the ground in a slow shower. But Yuto's lesson in mindfulness has helped you to appreciate the more ordinary trees too, noticing the patterns on the trunks or the shapes of certain branches. Before, you might have only looked at the cherry blossoms, but now you can see the beauty in everything. The gardens around the temple are clearly well looked after. The flower beds are neat and tidy, and all the plants and trees seem to be thriving. But this groomed, cultivated landscape seems wild when compared to the Zen Garden. It is this special garden that you've come here to see. You've heard of these remarkable, ordered gardens at Zen Buddhist temples. They are not ordinary green spaces, but rather carefully arranged rectangles of sand or gravel, decorated with rocks and small plants. The first Zen gardens were built in the temples of Kyoto in the 14th century. They were designed to create a space for meditation, representing the essence of nature. An area of raked sand might represent the sea, with a rock as an island and a hill as a temple. Or the sand might be swirling clouds, with the rocks as mountain tops rising into the clear air. Each garden is unique, and you're curious to see this particular design and to learn more of its symbolism. Yuto is guiding you there now, around the back of the temple and along a narrow gravel path that slopes down the hill. Yuto takes you to a stone bench halfway down the slope and gestures for you to sit down. He explains that it's not necessary to enter the Zen garden to appreciate it. In fact, Gardens like this were designed to be viewed from a single position. It's a little like gazing at a painting or a sculpture in a gallery. The viewpoint from this bench will allow you to appreciate the garden to the fullest, experiencing it as its creators intended. The garden is a large rectangular space surrounded by a low wall. It mostly consists of gravel and sand, some grey, some white, but there are also various small plants, rocks, and even a miniature waterfall. A monk is slowly raking the gravel in a curved pattern. Yuto explains that raking a Zen garden is a meticulous, mindful task. It's an art that requires special attention. The gardener must choose the right kind of rake and the appropriate movements to create the shape he desires. The pattern of a wave, a ripple, a stream, or a drop of water. While they may sound similar, each one is a distinct design. These gravel patterns are particularly striking late in the afternoon, when the long shadows highlight every edge and ripple. This effect is also an important reminder of change. While the garden may seem static, it's never exactly the same. The sun shifts, the water flows, and time passes. As you gaze at the garden, you look for these subtle changes and transitions. The monk with the rake reaches the wall and then carefully steps to the side to avoid trampling his work. You notice that he's wearing special soft shoes, which are less likely to leave footprints in the gravel. Yuto says that walking through the raked gravel of a Zen garden is a little like levitating or walking on water. Every movement is made with the utmost care. The patterns that the monk is creating in the sand represent water. In fact, every carefully arranged feature of the Zen garden has a kind of symbolism. But the exact nature of this symbolism is open to interpretation. For example, one famous Zen garden in Kyoto is so abstract that it has attracted countless readings over the years. Some see a tiger with her cubs. Others see mountaintops emerging through the clouds, while others see islands in a stream. According to one study, the reason for the garden's calming effect may be subliminal. When viewed from a certain vantage point, symmetrical lines create the shape of a tree. The trunk takes the form of an invisible line, stretching out in front of the viewer, while the branches are the spaces between small groups of rocks. People find beauty in the image without their conscious minds even realizing what they're seeing. Perhaps the gardener who created this design 500 years ago did so unconsciously, moved by the mysterious impulses deep within him. As for the garden you are visiting now, Yuto has his own explanation. The small, moss-covered hill, which is topped by a graceful juniper tree, represents the legendary mountain of the immortals. The waterfall that flows down the side is a symbol of human vitality. This water then flows into the white sand, which represents the stream of life. As the circles of sand expand outwards into the gravel sea, all that is left is the expanse of time and existence. Seen in this way, the garden is a kind of allegory for the journey of life. But Yuto says that it's important to find your own meaning, rather than relying on another's interpretation. He suggests you spend some time here alone, forming your own relationship with the Zen Garden's shapes, patterns, and symbols. When you're ready, you can come to find him in the temple gardens. But you should take your time. There's no rush. Yuto walks away, leaving you alone on the bench. You're not entirely alone, of course. You can see the monk in the garden, still raking the gravel. But from where you're sitting, you're too far to talk to or interact with him. You're happy just to watch, and you wouldn't want to interrupt him. He seems so focused on his work, completely absorbed by the repetitive, yet calming motions of the rake grazing the surface of the gravel. If you listen carefully, you can even hear the soft sound of the stones shifting, rising, and falling as they create new lines and ripples. You hadn't noticed this sound before, but the longer you spend in front of the garden, the more you become aware of. Other sounds and sensations gradually filter into your consciousness, like the gentle trickle of the waterfall and the melody of the birdsong from nearby trees. You notice how the colours of the garden change as the clouds pass overhead, hiding and then revealing the sun. Sometimes you focus on one detail at a time. You allow your gaze to drift slowly from left to right, watching the shrub, the hill, the waterfall, the rock, and finally the monk. Then you look back in the opposite direction, right to left. The monk, the rock, the waterfall, the hill, and the shrub. The only movements are the flowing water and the monk gently dragging the rake through the gravel. And yet, somehow, it seems different every time. It's subtle, almost imperceptible, but different. There are other moments when you try to draw your gaze outwards to see the garden as an assembled whole, rather than individual parts. In some forms of Zen meditation, the aim of the practice is to be aware of the totality. Instead of focusing on a single object, the practitioner seeks conscious awareness of the whole without attachment, judgment, or interpretation. In this moment, you are looking, not meditating. But the simple act of looking is becoming more meaningful and more relaxing. As you remain aware of the garden as a whole, gazing at the scene as you would a painting, you feel a deep sense of calm. You breathe in deeply and watch as the monk continues his slow, careful passage through the garden. If you stay and watch until sunset, perhaps he will still be here, creating endless, beautiful patterns between the rocks and hills. After a while, the low walls of the garden seem to fade. You're no longer aware of any boundary between the neat, ordered garden and the wilder nature that surrounds it. You start to feel as though you might be part of the garden yourself, somehow inside it, rather than watching from a distance. Everything is touching, connected by merging lines and graceful patterns, whether natural or man-made. On reflection, this is what makes the garden so beautiful. The exact symbolism of individual aspects seems less important than the unified whole, and the sense of peace and happiness it gives you. Spending a long time in ordinary, untamed nature might have the same effect, with a little patience. But the neat artistry of the Zen Garden helps the visitor to achieve this realization more easily. As you gaze at the garden, your mind calms and clears, and you gradually sink into a deeper awareness of the world that surrounds you. If you stay here longer, you might continue to notice new details, but you also feel ready to move on and to see what else Yuto might show you. It doesn't take you long to find him. After just a few minutes of strolling through the temple gardens, you see Yuto sitting on a bench beneath the shade of the trees. He's sitting so still, with such a calm expression, that at first you think he might be meditating. But he greets you at once and asks about your experience in the Zen Garden. You walk on together, discussing the garden and other aspects of the temple. Whenever you ask a question, he pauses for a moment before answering. He does this every time, even though he must have the answer on the tip of his tongue. It's so different from the rapid pace of conversations that you're used to. Perhaps he wants to give your question the respectful contemplation he feels it deserves. Or it may be that he does everything slowly, recognizing that there's rarely any need to rush. Now he's taking you to another part of the temple complex, to a small building surrounded by trees. It's a simple, one-story building with cream-coloured walls and translucent windows. This, Yuto explains, is the tea house. There is a long history of tea ceremonies in Zen Buddhism. It began in the 12th century when a Japanese monk travelled to China and returned to his homeland with matcha tea and a special technique for preparing it. Since then, it has been an important ritual for many people in Japan, a treasured part of the culture. Tea houses are not necessarily connected to Zen Buddhism, as many of them were built by samurai and merchants, not only monks. But you can see the Zen influence in the simplicity of the architecture, which is inspired by nature. And, as you will soon discover, the ceremony itself seems to represent the essence of Zen. You walk up the stone path to the tea house and take off your shoes at the door. As you enter, you are struck by the beautiful minimalism of the building. It's a single room with no furniture and only one decoration, a scroll painting of a mountain. Yuto invites you to sit on the floor while he prepares the tea. Before he begins the ritual, he explains that this is a moment he savours every single time. It's a ritual of gratitude, not just for the tea itself, but for the whole experience. He feels grateful for your company too. After washing your hands in a small stone basin, you kneel on the floor and watch him prepare the tea in silence. First, he brings out the tools, a little white bowl, a whisk and a tea scoop made of bamboo, a white linen cloth, and a container of hot water. Then he cleans the utensils thoroughly, with the same careful attention of the monk raking the garden. Once everything is clean, it's time to make the tea. He mixes the bright green matcha powder with hot water, stirring rapidly until it becomes a paste, and then a rich, full-bodied tea. It has a strong, distinctive smell that reminds you a little of the sea. You close your eyes to savor the scent, breathing in deeply. Yuto hands you the bowl of steaming tea. You cradle the bowl in your hands for a moment, waiting for it to cool, and then take a sip. It somehow tastes both bitter and sweet at once. You resist the instinct to judge and to decide whether you like it or not. Instead, you simply hold the taste on your tongue, noticing the complex balance of flavors. As you sip the tea slowly, you think of the Zen Garden. You can still see it in your mind's eye, the perfect rectangle of gravel and sand, the miniature hill with its trickling waterfall, and the graceful movements of the monk. You are filled with a sense of contentment and gratitude. Soon you'll have to continue your journey, but you know that wherever you go, you'll take the memory with you. The Zen Garden is not just a place, but a state of mind, and you can visit any time you like.